Good morning, Alvin.
Hi,
Morning,
Giselle.
Alvin. How are you? Always so busy.
Hi,
Been
Giselle. Morning.
hello, morning. So, Alvin, can you hear me well?
Hi, Giselle.
Hi, can you hear me well, Alvin?
Now, yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. I can hear you well too.
Okay. So what's ano? By the way, I have the guidelines for this STEM ano yun, and I have about seven set of criteria that they have to meet. But anyway, these are just basically ensuring the quality of the online, material. So yeah.
So, Alvin, I'm glad you ramped up the budget to 1,500.
Yeah, I would probably mistaken, but anyway, there's already one proponent.
500 is not attractive enough. And you know naman me, I'm just so tipid and I don't wanna like, but then I realized the 14 Rex will not submit. Maybe
Yes,
only 2 or
yes.
3 or
Yeah,
4.
definitely.
So
Yes.
yung ating target to spend less than say 10,000 or 5,000, seven
Yeah.
thousand dollars will be right on spot. No, so thank you for that.
Yeah, anyway, I thought that it would attract more. Anyway, if there will be, not enough funds, then we can always prioritize, and then,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So,
anyway, Alvin, the only thing I wanted you to add to the criteria now is if you have time to modify it a bit, no, is that the money should be spent also for professional services of a production team, of a video or materials production team. You might have heard that Joey Ochave of Unilab is now proposing that we uh, sponsor a MicroMasters program for industry. Okay,
okay, that's great.
and then so I've been talking to UP, the EarthD, no Foundation. Okay, but Joey would fund the course materials or production and wants it to be of top quality like Coursera. Okay, now uh, he wants it to be a paying thing. So, talagang package like Coursera or the MIT courses and may branding. And so, pagkakagastusan yan, kasi sabi niya kailangan yung talagang pre-recorded, yung maayos, merong evaluation, merong feedback, ganon. So, yung 150,000 na bibigay na, sorry, 150,000 ba? Oo, more or less, no? 145,000 yan eh, yung bibigay
Hmm.
na. Malaki yan. So, ibig sabihin, kailangan sila talagang mag-prepare ng mahusay na materials. And kanino naman nila gagastusin yun? Siyempre sa sarili nila, pero ngayon naman lahat online, virtual,
Yes, yes.
noon. Siyempre may value, pero are they going to give themselves that, no?
Yeah.
In our case, for the STEM education materials, we haven't decided whether babayaran niya. Hindi, hindi, parang yan, we don't plan to have people pay for that to use it, in the public high schools, no? So, yun lang, parang gusto kong idagdag mo yung 7 criteria mo. I'm sure they're all good, no?
Okay, let me just let me give you an idea. This is about ensuring, the design of the material
Yes.
for the to ensure its quality. It has to be fully online. No? So
Oh,
of course, it's about the material. There has to be a like a syllabus, like an outline. No? Clearly, it's very clear the content as well as the expectations and requirements to be able to effectively utilize, the material. The learning outcomes are very important. For me, the learning outcomes must be clearly stated so that after, a user actually have utilized the material, we know what outcomes are actually achievable. So that would include actually,
wonderful.
yes, meeting the learning objectives, and introducing the material structure and the purpose of each, component. And in fact, it would be good if a roadmap is provided to guide the user on how to navigate their way, no, to the material and accomplish the learning outcomes. Then the other one is the course, the material content. What is really the contribution of this, considering that there's a wide range of materials already available on the internet or even OERs, So what is the value added, of this, particular material? So, and also maybe within that course content, they will have to be uh, chunked or modularized to facilitate the learning, and should include auditory and visual, elements. Then the other one is really about the guide, study guide and formative assessments that would accompany, the material, because otherwise, they may not, the user might have a problem navigating through it. And the next one is the user engagement, opportunities where the users can interact through, I don't know, chats, conferences, something like that. So there must be, it's not a one-way thing or just a standard. It has to be, in a way, interactive for the user to, to effectively use the material. The other one is on the summative assessments and feedback. There must be a way to assess the the learning outcomes. At the end of the day, if the material cannot provide such clear criteria, then it might not be useful. It would be just like any ordinary material they can find on the internet. So that's one. And finally, of course, the student, the user feedback. There should be a mechanism to provide a feedback, for the use of such material. So those are the seven criteria which I would like to simplify further later on. When I announce, I send it over to you today. Those set of criteria that will be the basis for assessing the proposal, because we have to make sure that there is a value added to this material. It's not something like uh, you know like what we find now, and there must be, like, it might be, if it's a
Value added.
yes, value added.
Oh,
How it enhance the learning, of the students, which currently utilize already materials, so in STEM, parang ganun. So what is this? So this is, I think, a challenge to I'm sure within PAASE, they have all the creativity and innovation to,
well,
uh,
by the way, Alvin, we have how many new members? 80.
yeah, yes, I know. Oh, we went through it. Oh, a lot. Yeah, I hope, yes, we can, So,
So I
Giselle,
think, Alvin,
how
that's
do
so
we do
good.
this?
Everything you said
Sorry, Giselle, let's go back to
later.
this fireside chat. How do we, what
Okay.
do you want me to do?
All right. Okay, it's like this, huh? So
Okay.
let me open it up, introduce our speakers na sunod-sunod na para mabilis, no?
Yes.
Then I will give a background. First, I will give a background for the chat. Bakit? Kasi ganito, ganon. Kasi
Yeah.
we actually have a core group already. CP David and Father Ben and I have been meeting about this. Meron na kaming talagang concrete plans to implement on the secondary level. Tapos, it's because we have the SNT Human Capital Development paper. And one of the three prongs is STEM education at the secondary level. Okay? And then, sasabihin ko, nag-react ngayon niyang Romy Solis. Si Romy sent a
Yes.
very, very long reaction to the paper through Willie Padolina. Okay? And he was mentioned in our position paper. Third, itong si Cheryl Monterola, she is the executive director of integrated STEM education. And she invited me to speak at this very highly successful second integrated STEM conference, international conference, 2 months ago. So parang yan ang background. Actually, I tried to invite the USEC of DepEd, no Pomuseno Malaulan. CP forwarded his email to me. He did not even reply. This guy is a lawyer and an econ graduate of UP. He did not reply. Anyway, so yun ang background. Ngayon, ang huling sasabihin ko is now in PAASE, ito yung ating first major funded projects. Okay, because we decided, the BOD decided to allocate funds for it. And we raised money for it through CP David's tech webinar. Okay, now the chair of the funding program is Alvin Colaba. So that's my entry to you. Okay, so now Alvin, you are going to later sasabihin mo in the Q&A part, you are going to share the general guidelines. So lahat ng sinabi mo, short rin lang. And then you can mention what I suggested na what would the funds be used for? Siyempre, for the technical aspect of it. The content, the delivery, the medium, the quality of the production of the materials is as important as the content. Okay? So I suggest you add that 8th point. So you need to get, say, some professional production team to produce the materials in an effective and attractive way to the students, no? And that is why we also held this chat, because we want to get ideas from these 4 experts. You know, CP and his wife, they have a school.
Yeah, I know.
You know that, Raja, no?
I know very, yeah, I know.
You saw the material, he will show his materials, the one he showed the BOD last time. Example lang yon, no? Oo. So, I think in the Q&A, kasi I will talk so much at the beginning Alvin,
Yeah,
so
sure.
you want to dominate it. So sa Q&A, for me, ikaw na, because you will really be the person who will kind of decide with your team who will get the funding. Okay? So at the Q&A, so you're going to start with your criteria or the background of our fundraising, because yeah, but then you're gonna say that, you know, you got ideas from the speakers on how to create the materials based on our initiatives na, our ongoing initiatives. And what are these initiatives, Alvin? Well, CP and Father Ben. Kasi ako, I always go by who already has the buwelo Meron ng early start, no? Like ikaw, like, fantastic yung I start mo at yung STEAM. So, dapat iba naman yung chat na yon. Alvin, iba naman yon. Another chat na naman yan.
Later on, yes, yeah.
Oo, at the tertiary level naman, materials, ganun din. Ito secondary level. Yung micromasters, pagka medyo umuo na yung si Joey, talagang ifa-fund niya. Ano naman yan? Academe and industry naman. Nangangailangan talaga sila ng ating short courses, yung certificated short courses. Kung hindi maaari sa UP EarthD, adi Lasal, bahala na, tingnan natin with whom we can work faster, di ba? So, pero interested ng UP EarthD. Kaya yun muna, kasi si Joey, EarthD rin yan engineering din yan ng UP. Pero kasama dyan, syempre, yung branding with PAASE. So 3 levels tayo, agad yung ating position paper, mai-implement natin, secondary level, tertiary level, and then ito na yung with industry, di ba? So anyway, Alvin, I think sa Q&A, ikaw na yan. Alright? So,
okay, I will, you will be facilitating, of course, no?
Oo, kasi magsasalita ka rin.
Yeah,
Pero
okay.
I cannot. We both tend to talk a lot, right? So there'll never be enough time. And don't. I'm not discouraged if only few people will attend, because the ones who attend are the only real interested ones, and I don't care. In the end, there's a video of this chat. People can listen to it. Also, we just need to get the proposals. That's why I had this chat, because we want to solicit proposals, and it's realistic now to make it March 31. Announce mo yun. Kaya ito, may chat ngayon to give our proponents ideas of how to prepare their proposals. And now there's enough time. You will get the guidelines out by Monday next week. Okay, finalize mo na yan. If they ask you who can be a proponent, it's got to be through a PAASE member. But outsiders, of course, can collaborate with a PAASE member. Okay? And then, kasi tinatanong na di syempre, meron dyan from LaSalle, meron dyan from UP College of Education, meron dyan from kung sino, UPLB, meron ng interesado, not a PAASE member. It has to be submitted through a PAASE because there's financial accountability. Di ba?
Yeah.
So it got to be a PAASE member. So, I think, Alvin, para lang ma-break na yung monotony ko, I will now then ask you to be the one na afterwards, no? After I've given the introductions of each of the speakers, I will scroll down this, no? I will scroll down the discussion guide. Tingnan mo to. Do you see my screen share? Nag-screen
Yes.
share ba? Okay?
Yeah.
Teka, nag-ano eh.
This is the your
The poster. The
the
poster.
poster, correct? The poster.
Oo. Oh, tingnan mo? Okay, paggagalaw ko ngayon, ano? So, dapat pinagagalaw ko, tingnan mo? And then I'm
Yeah.
going to scroll down, ha? Can you read the
Yes.
discussion guide? So sabihin mo lang, ikaw nang mag-read. Everyone has seen the discussion guide. Here, you don't even have to read it pala, no?
Sandali,
You
sandali.
just, tingnan mo nga yung screen share.
Yes, sandali. Let me.
Tingnan mo na, no? Discussion guide. Nandun na sa screen share natin ngayon.
Okay, let me. The discussion guide, secondary level as critical. Upgrade the quality of teachers, course materials, and pedagogy, mentoring students to solve problems in math, in science, process, spiral, integrated, right. Okay.
Okay? So ngayon, sasabihin mo lang, well, we provided this discussion guide to our speakers and our audience, but they can talk about any of these items, as they wish, or anything at all they want. Ganun lang, open. Okay, guide lang ito. Informal guide lang. And then now, since I had introduced all our speakers, sasabihin na, let's now start with CP. Okay, I'll stop my share screen and then CP will now be speaking and then he can share his screen kung meron man. Ganun lang. Okay, and then when they have already, when CP is done, 12 to 15 minutes, you move on to Father Ben. Okay, and then afterwards, eto na, si Romy Solis na. Engineering yan, si Romy, di ba? Kilala mo siya?
I have not worked with him yet, but I'm familiar with him.
Yeah. Dating ASTI din siya.
Yeah.
Oo. And then si Cheryl na. Okay? And then afterwards, ikaw nang mag-initiate. Sabi mo na thank you, ganyan, ganyan. And then, umpisahan mo na yung ano. Now, I would just like to open, our discussion. But before anything else also, thank you for providing some suggestions on perhaps how we can come up with materials to help you, to help us with your STEM, no? And then you can, then you talk about this funding program that we have and the tentative criteria that you came up with that you will finalize and post in PAASE on Monday. And just let Cheryl know, for example, or Rumi, that as long as they connect with a PAASE member, I mean, everyone can submit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know. Kaya hindi na pwedeng si CP ang gumawa niyang criteria na yan. Alam mo, Alvin, talagang ikaw na eh. Bakit? Kasi CP is going to submit. He's going to submit a proposal. He told me. Kasi nga wala raw nagsasubmit. O sabi ko, by all means, of course. We will also encourage Father Ben Ateneo group to submit. Pero si Father Ben kasi is where is he coming from? Organized na yung Ateneo group niya. Sinasabi niya na ganun na. Kaya nga meron na tayong buwelo eh. He will probably identify the high schools, the public high schools, and the SUCs that are linked, and then yung core group for math. Pero sa science and engineering, wala siyang group eh. Math yung kanya eh. See?
Yeah.
So tayo kailangan pumasok sa science and engineering. Yun. So, I suppose, Alvin, sasabihin mo rin ba sa criteria mo? Kasi, hindi ba, do you agree that yung ating position sa PAASE paper natin is sa secondary level, junior year, starting grade 7, 8, 9, 10, hindi na pwedeng, spiral. In fact, ang argument natin is, kailangan mag-umpisa na talaga ng strong disciplinal STEM education dyan. And yung teachers natin, kailangan experts na in the different sciences. It's math, chemistry, physics, biology, ganyan. Diba? Para nun mas rigorous. Tapos, yun ang makakapag-decide sa mga estudyante na to take the STEM track in 11 and 12. Diba? So yun yung ating, so you might consider stating that you have to, the proponent has to identify the discipline. It's rec-based. Is it chemistry and biochemistry? Is it physical sciences? Is it mathematics, di ba? Computational or statistics and computer science? Ganon. Di ba?
Yeah, that's basically what the criteria is really, the contribution of that material.
Yes.
What is really this, so it has to be very specific,
I you need to put engineering, of course, there because you have to attract people even then to 11, 12 engineering all the way to tertiary level, right? So, you'd have to, well, we can refine it later kasi we will give examples lang. Doon sa iyong guidelines and criteria, maybe after each, lagay natin EG, ganyan, 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 no? Short of telling you na, suggesting to you na mag-tick box ka na. Tick box, no? 1, 2, 3, and then others. For each of your criteria, what kind of, are you going to produce? Like, dun sa iyong formative assessment, or dun sa iyong isa pang, it's very nice, your term is very nice. Formative, and the other one is,
summative. Summative.
When you say summative, ano
The
bang
summative assessment is about really looking at criteria in achieving the learning outcomes. The formative assessments are really the short, the short assessments, short assessments. These are more formative. Those are like short quizzes, just
yes,
and then you give a feedback immediately. So you have formative assessment and you have summative, assessments. Summative is really looking at how the learning outcomes could be achieved. In other words, there must be a way of giving them some activities, that will facilitate the achievement of the learning outcomes. The learning outcomes can only be achieved beyond, after the course, the unit, the material has been utilized, not at the time when, you are using the material. So it has to be both.
So i-explain mo yan in in
Yeah.
good terms, no? Pero I also want to suggest baka you wanna put applicative assessment, meaning i-assess mo rin yung material mo in terms of paano siya ma-apply to society and environment, baka yun din. 'Di ba? Ewan ko what you call that, no? Kasi yung learning, they have to bridge the concept, theory, and basic knowledge with applications to problems or challenges. Yung ganon. Maybe
that is actually, that will fall under criteria 5, which is the user engagement. The user engage in this particular case, you want to look at how the materials could facilitate, the application, the engagement of the other, so it's not like just a material that the user just follows, but there must be a way to linking, through other users of the mind. For example, I'm user 1, there's another user 2. We must have a way of communicating, like what's your experience like, in the use of your material, and also my experience. So we have like chat, I don't know, facility, or a thread discussion, or a conference provision, something like that, so that all users of the material, can actually share, their experiences, their applications of the, I think that is where the user engagement criterion would actually look at.
So it's understood we're all now online. I mean, it's all
yes, it's purely online. This has to be purely online.
All materials. No?
Yes, all materials purely online.
7:50 na, wala pang tao, pati yung speaker natin wala pa.
Sige.
You might start late, but never mind.
Okay, sige. Let me just finish my food and then I'll come back.
Ako nagkakape lang ako muna.
Okay.
Merong NAS meeting kami ng 11.
Ganun ba?
Oo. Young
Gusto
talent,
kami.
yung Young Talent Search. Alvin,
Okay.
may siniisip ko lang ngayon, sa dami ng applicants, 15 ngayon, ha? Lahat naman,
Wow.
parang mahuhusay. Paano ka mamimili ngayon ng isa, dalawa, tatlo, first, second, and third? Lagi nga may nagtatay.
Actually, that's good because even in the OYS, ang dami ng applicants, ang dami ng which is good because at least we know that, it's becoming, and there are more people who are doing well. Yeah,
Ako yung nadinig
very
ko yung
good
suggestion. Nadinig mo yung
research.
suggestion ko sa last meetings. Yung last week's meeting na,
Yeah.
try to make Young Talent Search also to be disciplinal. Parang yung pipeline to OYS, hindi yung, sa Young Talent Search, ganito lang. Tapos in the end, ang dami, marami pala sa OYS. So, baka kailangan na rin damihan yung Young Talent Search. Anyway, ito na si
Yeah,
CP.
anyway, it
Sige
was,
na, ano ko na muna.
well taken.
Share food. Finish your food.
Okay. Sige. I'll come back in a minute. Okay.
Morning, CP. Hi, CP.
Hi, good morning.
Morning,
Morning.
CP.
Hi, Alvin.
Morning. Tapusin ko na pagkain ko. Chat with you, sir. See you in
So, CP, ang flow ganito, no? So, I will introduce, give a background. And, CP, I was hoping that your Stanford group would be here kasi sila rin na nagsusupport nitong ating STEM. So, I will say na, meron na tayong core group. Medyo tayong tatlo ni Father Ben. We had the S&P paper, and number one of the three strategic areas is second level. Tapos, sabihin ko, tapos introduce ko na kayong dalawa. And then afterwards, sasabihin ko, nag-react si Romy Solis dun sa ating paper, kasi mention yung kanyang tanza, so na-introduce ka na rin siya. Tapos, introduce ko na si Cheryl, who invited me to give a talk in the second. She was one of the organizers of second International Integrated STEM. So, nagsalita ako doon. And so, of course, I'll give your credentials, your ganyan. And then, finally, sasabihin ko, ang first major funded project ng PAASE is this STEM education materials at the secondary level and other levels. No? Pero today, we will tackle secondary. We will have another chat for tertiary, and then we will have another one for linkage with industry. No? So anyway, so with that, I will pass on the thing to Alvin, and then Alvin, I'll introduce him as the lead person for the funding, and then the criteria, and then he will now read the criteria. The discussion guide. So I'll just move here, and Alvin will say, this is just an informal guide to our speakers and our participants later, and speakers can discuss any of these items here. And then he will now call you to speak. So you speak for 12 to 15 minutes. And then afterwards, he moves on to Father Ben, and then to Romy, and then the ganyan. And then Romy's coming.
Actually, Ma'am Giselle, you can do the introductions just before people start speaking instead of introduce everyone at the start. Baka mas efficient yun.
Mas efficient ba yun? Kasi mag-move. Kasi nga, well, yung nakasulat kay Romy is not exactly what he wants. Nasa akin yun. I want Alvin to be the one to introduce you na lang kayo. So, whichever, parang for me, it saves more time pagka lahat nasa umpisahan, and then Alvin now will just go, okay, now from CP to Father Ben, and from Father Ben to Romy, and then to Cheryl.
Sige.
Doon sa aking background, kikwento ko kung bakit kayong apat, no?
Diretso na lang.
Diretso na.
Diretso na lang, introduce na lang CP kay Giselle. So that when it comes to the discussion, I will just call your names and something like that. So tuloy-tuloy na yung
So I will not say anything about our funding program. Ang unang pasok ni Alvin is, it is $1,500. Hi, Romy. Hi, Eno. You're in.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
Cheryl is in now. Cheryl is
Hi,
coming.
Lulu.
Hi.
Ino.
Hi, Giselle. Hello, good morning.
Hi, Romy. Nice to for you to join us. Okay. So I'll introduce you using also what you just sent me.
Okay.
Kasi we could not find. We only put what is in the internet.
Okay.
So then Alvin, that's the first thing. Amount and then eligibility through a PASA member. But outsiders, of course, can team up with a PASA member. Why? Because there's financial accountability, 150,000 pesos, more or less. So the PASA member has to account for that, but can work with College of Education, Cheryl, or other people, UPLB, or Romy. You can work with somebody, CP, you could work with somebody, ganon. So then Alvin will just describe briefly ano yung mga parang tentative criteria niya, ano yung mga kailangang guidelines for this kind of material. And then he'll say, of course, we learned a lot from your talks today, and so we will refine the criteria even more. And they will be circulated, I think, by Monday, March 8th. Sorry, March 8th, yes. Okay? Oh, and then there's going to be this freewheeling discussion. All right. So, so far, how many are we? We're only 9, or we're 9 now, and it's 7:57. So Al is coming in. Oh my gosh, Dr. Juliano is coming in. Sir, wonderful. Of course, even from NAST, pwede yan, Alvin. Pwede, right? We should circulate this in NAST as well. Good morning, Dr. Juliano. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Al. Lulu.
Morning, Giselle.
Morning.
Hi, CP. Hi, Alvin.
Morning.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi.
Hi, Cheryl. Good to see you. See you later.
Good morning, Sir Al. Good morning po. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ano oras ba tayo mamaya?
1:30, sir.
1:30. Okay, very good.
So I've shifted to multiple sharing. So you can share your slides if you have any, Romy, Cheryl, and CP. We're waiting for Father Ben. And well, I think it's going to be an exciting discussion. And I had said earlier, basta the proposal is submitted through a PASA member, pwedeng ma-involve ang outsiders. I think so. Diba?
Yep. We're all welcoming any collaboration.
Iba kasi yung PASA is very inclusive. Hindi siya, it doesn't operate on exclusivity. Hindi.
Nope.
Whoever is willing and is able and willing, can participate in the activities and the projects. Yeah. So, Alvin will explain later kung ano yung general criteria and guidelines natin for the materials. Yes.
Yeah, and actually, the way I'm looking at it, Giselle, we can use these grants as a springboard for higher grants, the way we did USAID Stride. When we started Stride in 2013, we took, because we had priorities to do the CDI cities. These are country development initiatives, Iloilo, Cagayan de Oro, outside of Manila. So we started funding inventors and engineers and scientists outside of Manila. And they led on to become funded projects bigger. So if we can do the same thing, if we can identify, Alvin, mga rising stars of the both the OYS and NRCP awardees to get them started on a funding and a project, even if we have to give them the project ideas themselves and upgrade them with our support. let's do that. Para there'll be the next generation of scientists from the regions, and that exactly is what you've been doing for the last 3-4 years, Alvin. So
Well, this is for STEM education materials in particular, yung ating tool. Of course, today it's for secondary level, pero naandun din naman yung tertiary and R&D training materials, no? We'll
because
have
what's unique with LaSalle, Giselle, in Laguna is that they have high school and college and research and startups in one location. And I always tell Noni that that's a good showcase if you can do that.
Actually, see, Alvin had a very good speaker, your math teacher in your STEAM conference, Alvin. So I realized, baka we will invite her for the tertiary. Okay, she's very good, right? Your math teacher whom you featured, Alvin. So next time we'll do it for the tertiary level also. And you're right, connected naman konektado, di ba? Oo.
Yan si Mario. Mario, yung mga alalaga mong eskwelahan sa Rizal, sama na natin.
Yes. Of course. We just had a poster making contest among all the schools, and it was so successful. And it's related to COVID and education, so very
perfect. Nice. Perfect, yeah. As I remember when Sec Boy just retired back then, as you said, he asked me to help one of his assisted universities called Rizal Technical University, RTU.
Oh, RTU, yeah.
Which is a big school apparently, and it's just right because I lived in Wakwak at that time, so it was like a kilometer away. So yeah, I'll do it, sabi ko sa kanya. And I was surprised how many students to start with. They're teaming with students. So that's second biggest next to PUP, I think, in population or something like that.
That's right.
So there are a lot of definitely avenues where we can pursue on STEM, and again, we start with our own backyard. Let's put it that way, like you did.
That's very important. Place is very important.
Hi, Mario.
Of course,
hey,
backyard is the whole country.
And then we will expand. That's the plan.
Ang laki ng backyard ni Alvin. Nakikita ko yan sa Batangas, sa Leyte, sa Cagayan.
But I like more your background. I mean, your place. You know, it's cozy, and you seem like what? Is that a gymnasium or what? Or anyway, so you look so relaxed. Anyway,
I just came back from a 5-kilometer run every morning.
Unbelievable.
Keeping healthy. Yes.
Anti-COVID. The only way.
Giselle, let's just wait for some more people.
Yeah,
no?
we'll wait another 7.
Tayo nagmamadali, no?
Oo, hindi. I mean, this is so relaxed, Cheryl.
Maybe yes.
Dr. Juliano, thank you so much for joining us. Yes. But then when we'll start about 8:10 or 8:12. Sige, so we'll just keep chatting now, and Alvin, you can share with everyone what we were discussing earlier. So
Nandiyan si Dr. Juliano.
Nandiyan si Dr. Juliano. So
Just listening.
Dr. Juliano. Saan ka sa probinsya?
Good morning, Dr. J.
Maraming salamat for joining, sir. I know you're so dedicated to STEM education.
STEM.
Yes.
Yeah, kami naman ni Cheryl, magkasama kami sa system, ay Center for Integrated STEM Education, partially funded by Unilab.
Exactly.
The responsibility. And kinukulit na ako ni Lilibet Restorenas for Industry 4.0. They have a new grant from USAID they're looking for COP and deputies. So I am on the hunt for people again.
So hindi ko na kinumbida sila Benedict Buhayin kasi they gave a fantastic talk last time, remember?
Yep.
We gave. So meron ng materials na binadevelop ang Unilab. So we want to add to that, no?
Definitely. It's a good way to enrich by having pockets of initiatives that then eventually we as PAASE can be the hub, as you say.
I wanted to affirm what you said earlier. This is seed funding. What PAASE will provide, $1,500 is just seed funding. Then this will be good for stride funding or whatever other sources of funding. At this point, I'd like to recognize academician Bill Torres also joining us. Thank you so
Bill
much.
is here.
Bill, thank you. And then Joyce, Joyce is going to say, why did you add some art into our STEM education materials? So she's a champion of emotive or, this kind of a learning. And then I'd also like to recognize Edna Ko, a very busy woman, but she's with us today. So thanks so much for joining.
And Nebres is also in already.
It's now in. We'll wait another 4 minutes. We'll start at 8:10. Okay, and this promises to be very, very exciting and fruitful discussion. I'm so sure of it. Yeah.
And
So
Bill Torres is, of course, our expert in the National Academy on ICT.
Yeah.
Baka gusto mo, Bill, maging chief of party for Industry 4.0 from USA.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Heads coming together. I'm saying you just have a grouping of about 15 to 20 people, pero you're interested enough or a lot in this topic. I'm sure something's gonna come out of this. This is what I always say, no? Hindi kailangan marami eh. Basta yung mga magjo-join, yung talagang interesado at seryoso. So thank you so much.
Si Edna.
Andyan si Edna. Can you imagine? Edna.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to be here. I'm a delinquent member. I've been missing.
Haven't seen you around, huh?
Absolutely not.
I want to listen to the topic, the discussion today. Thank you.
We have a strong representative of the governance, the social science sector here. So Ed, can you imagine that you materials for STEM education at the secondary level pertaining to values, ethics, governance, etc. Diba?
Yes.
Yes. So Kad Willie Padolina is also here. Now, thanks, sir. Our PAASE honorary. And Dr. Padolina just shared with me the ADB material on STEM education. Sir, thank you so much. Hindi ka pa nababasa, and I have not it in the past. So this will be a major reference for all of us. No?
Weekend reading. Padala mo nga sa akin.
Yes. Diana Aga of Buffalo is also here. Yes, sir. Sir Willie.
Yeah, good morning. It's nice reading because it's those are case studies. One from Thailand, one from Korea, one from Finland.
Okay, that's good weekend reading for me then. Thank you, Doc.
I will share it later.
Yes, please.
I will.
It's a public document, so
all right.
It will.
Just the link is okay, diba?
That's
if it comes from or it's available on the internet, just the link.
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah.
But it's already curated by Doc Willie, so I'll read it. Endorsed na.
So I also wanted to recognize Dr. Diana Aga of the University of Buffalo, head of the Analytical Chem Lab in Buffalo. She's a devoted teacher and mentor. Okay, she's guested in so many events in UP to teach students how to write papers for publication, because she's in the editorial board of several journals. No? She's a very good teacher, that's for sure. That's Diana. We have Mario Santo Domingo here, our vice president of PAASE, who's a professor in University of Maryland, and he's a social scientist. But what's great about Mario is he has something going big in Morong, Rizal, working with University of Rizal system, and he put up the Museum of Morong in Morong. Okay, so so much into teaching and learning, psychology as well. So I think one of these days Mario is going to give us a solo or standalone webinar on his successes in Morong. So at this point, we're going to start our fireside chat for today, a very special one. It is the 14th of our fireside chat series. Welcome everyone, and I'm happy to give you a background of this chat. As you know, PAASE has released a public document. It's the SNP Human Capital Development Position Paper. It's posted on our website. Among the 3 strategic areas that we propose to provide implementable actions, one or the first is on STEM education at the secondary level. And for this initiative, we actually formed a small group already, consisting of CP David and Father Ben. Okay? So we've been meeting about it. So we have actually come up with some early implementable actions. And we hope to hear from CP about it. Everyone knows CP, Professor of MIGS and former Executive Director of the Fisher. Everyone knows about Father Ben, but we also know that, you know, in his earlier life, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we already had this program as part of, pre-SF, a training students with a group of teachers in math, doing real problems, problems. Okay, our paper elicited reactions from people like our third speaker, Romy Solis, okay, whose Tanza Child Education Development Center robotics program was mentioned in our paper. And this, the comments were conveyed to us through academician Dr. Willie Padolina. Okay? And so Romy, as we know, was former director of engineering department in UP, and he's now the president of Tanza Child Development Center. And he's also worked with us. Okay, and then everyone knows that Cheryl Monterola is involved in integrated STEM, and she works with the UNILAB. But and recently, she invited me to speak at the second International Integrated STEM Conference, and it was highly, highly successful. So this is how we put our team of speakers today, and we would like to hear from them. And the context of this now is that PAASE's first funded program is on STEM education. It was announced recently, and we raised money for this. Well, partly we're going to spend the little money that PAASE has from its savings and accumulated funds. But recently, CP David also raised money for this through the tech webinar that he organized over a month ago. And he was able to raise about 80 or 90,000 pesos for this. Okay, so now we have this call for funding our STEM education proposals. And to tell you more about that later, we will have my co-host, Alvin Kulaba, who is the chair of that funding program, or all our funding programs in the PAASE. So he will tell us more about it at the Q&A later. But at this time, I'd like to give the floor to Alvin to start the ball rolling and get our speakers to speak. So thank you, everyone. And Alvin, can you now just point to the discussion guide that we provided? And
Okay, thank you, Giselle, and good morning, everyone, colleagues in the science community. And of course, we are joined together with our distinguished panel of discussants, which Giselle already mentioned. So really, this particular chat that we are doing is really to drum up, our advocacy with the PAASE to enhance the STEM education, in the country. And with the limited funds that PAASE has, we have put together, some funds for the first grant that we would like to offer to PAASE members and interested individuals who would like to contribute, to the development of STEM education, in the country. And for this particular chat, we focus on the high school education. And high school education would cover both, the junior high school and the senior high school, which means that's already covering grades 11, grade 7 to 12. So as a discussion, guide that was agreed upon, the secondary level is already seen as a very critical, period of the STEM education under the K to 12 design of the curricula. We have seen, in recent years that STEM is very, very critical, at the level of the junior high school and the senior high school. And thus there is a need to upgrade not only the quality of the teachers, but also the materials and even the pedagogy, so that we would really be able to catch up, with the rest of the world, or even within our region. And one of the aspects of the discussion would also cover how mentoring of students could be done to help the competencies of our high school students in maths and science subjects, solving math problems and or taking science experiments are, I think, some of the things that our distinguished speakers would might cover. Okay, and of course, we very well know that our basic education follows a spiral, framework, and an integrated and disciplinary STEM. I think these are the things that we need to also look at, the effectiveness of the spiral, or what are really its pros, and cons, of this framework. And the fifth one is really linking STEM track students in public high schools, specifically in public high schools, with those at the tertiary level, both state universities and colleges, as well as other higher education institutions focused on STEM, courses. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished speakers to give their insights and inputs, and I think they would be a very good, basis for crafting, your proposals or proposals for those interested to submit for the grant with PAASE. So let us begin with Dr. CP David for his thoughts on this topic on STEM. CP.
Thank you very much, Alvin, and good morning, everyone. As mentioned earlier by Ma'am Giselle, early this year, we put out a PAASE position paper written by myself and Giselle with very valuable inputs from Secretary Ernie Pernia, Professor Ducanes of the School of Economics, former President Alfredo Pascual, and Dr. Father Ben Nebres of Ateneo. This paper you can access through the PAASE website, and this is a short paper that hopefully details some of the core strategies that PAASE would want to take in the future. And as mentioned earlier, one of these very important strategies would be interventions at the secondary level. The instructions, training, and promotion of SNT at the secondary level. Many people would even say probably at the secondary level, at the high school level, it's already too late because many of our students would have formed their misconceptions on science and engineering at that point in time. They are no longer interested in pursuing that, and therefore we should do interventions even at the primary school level. So I'd like to talk to you about the paper very quickly. But before that, I guess I should mention that my own experience with STEM education stems from the fact that since 2005, my wife and I actually run a school. We have 5 campuses around the country, and it goes from nursery until grade 12. During the early years of the Raya School, I used to teach all the science subjects at the primary school level, in between my classes in UP Diliman. One core principle that we maintain in the Raya School is that it's in a progressive setting, progressive education setting, and that we do not use any pre-published textbooks. One issue that we see with instructions at the primary and secondary level, lalo na in our public school system, is that many teachers, of course, because of convenience, would teach through their textbooks. And so the start of the class would always be, please turn to page 48 of your textbook and let's read aloud the text in that textbook. So that's how it's taught, lalo na in science and even in math. In math, they would say, okay, please answer exercises 1 to 3 during our class period. So we decided to not have any textbook at all in our school. And it would be difficult, of course, without any reference, lalo na in science. So I made it a point to write what we call as science readers. And one example is shown here. These science readers are one-pagers, which are meant to be read by students before the class starts and as a jump-off point for the discussion of the class. Fast forward to today, because the school has been there for the last 16 years, I've managed to write around 150 science readers across primary school and high school levels. This is something that maybe we could pursue, if Alvin thinks it's a good job to have something like this as a supplementary material for the public school system. So maybe I'll also apply for a grant in PAASE. Also in the Raya School, I managed to do some little experiments on, for example, this picture that you're seeing on the right side is one of our grade 4 kids. And I was interested in looking at critical thinking skills at the primary school level, and so I devised some experiments, and because they're our kids, so I did a few experiments with the kids, and turned out that you learn a lot about how kids learn and how they process information through these little experiments. Okay. In the Human Capital Development paper, there are 3 things that we anchored on to formulate our strategies. Number 1, it seems that there is an ample supply of SNT graduates at the bachelor's level, from the country, but not enough uh, of master's, PhD, and highly skilled tech voc personnel. So there's that gap for master's, PhD, and highly skilled tech voc personnel. This is also echoed by a lot of other papers, including USA Stride papers and a few more papers even before that. Number two, S&T education is not at par with our regional neighbors. And this is easily seen in international exams that we do not fare really well, lalo na in the last, I believe, TIMS exam, wherein we placed last. And number three, an increasing demand for Philippine S&T workers is observed both locally and internationally, and will continue to do so in the future. So this is something that we should consider, because in the future there will be that gap that we will have to uh, plug to, because the demand for S&T workers will increase. Some statistics from a paper that I co-wrote on the future S&T human resources requirements in the Philippines. The table on the left side shows you the supply, demand, and gap projections for different fields. They're clustered, unfortunately, so we can't see the details of each. But the main takeaway point from this table is that in terms of gap, there is always that gap, and it will increase for life sciences, for the physical sciences, even for math and statistics. Not so much for fields that we call IT. Okay, there seems to be growing oversupply in IT personnel, and obviously, again, for engineering, the gap between demand and supply will further increase by 2025. The second table on the right side looks at what are these positions in government, because government remains to be the number one employer of S&T graduates. And where are these positions? They're in DOH for nurses and doctors, in SUCs as professors and researchers, DA and DAR, agriculture, mainly, and fisheries. DPWH is the single largest employer of our engineers, DNR, DOST, and other agencies as well. I also placed in here in this table the number of personnel, as well as the median salary grade for S&T personnel in the different departments. And you will notice that it's no longer low, even as an entry point at salary grade 13 for a BS graduate employee. Salary grade 13 starts at around 27,000 pesos per month. And the median salary for most S&T graduates would be salary grade 16, around 32,000 pesos per month. And then it just increases as you go up the salary grade levels. So the point is that salary already for S&T graduates in the government are already competitive at the start compared to the private sector. Finally, here are the recommendations from the PAASE paper from last January. We improved STEM education at the secondary level, and here are some strategies that we wish to employ in order to achieve the improvement in STEM education. Number two, increase PhD faculty and S&T research activities in SUCs and higher education institutions. We feel that by doing so, we also I guess it trickles down and improve on teaching at the SUC level. And therefore, because there are many high schools that are connected with SUCs, hopefully it also trickles down to the secondary level. And finally, number three, strengthening industry academe partnerships. When I look at statistics from countries in the ASEAN region, there is a big difference in terms of employment of S&T graduates in those other countries compared to ours. No, because the industries in other countries are, I guess, more developed than ours, then the demand for S&T graduates from the private sector are much, much larger in these other countries compared to ours. And as you saw in an earlier slide, the main employer of S&T graduates still remain to be the government. In other countries, industry, the strength of industry equates to more employment opportunities to S&T graduates. I'd love to discuss a few more details of some of these strategies. Probably I'll do that during our discussion time once everyone has spoken, but I'm looking forward really to hearing the thoughts of Romy Solis, who is also a school owner like myself, and Cheryl, and of course, Father Ben, and everyone else, of course. And so I'll end here and looking forward to more discussions during this webinar. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, CP, for sharing actually your experience, your own experience with your own school, in STEM education. Very interesting, and I think that's why I pick up something there, that we can consider for the grant, proposal. You mentioned about the supplementary material, like what you have, the science readers. I think that's an interesting, concept. So thank you very much. And of course, picking up the key points on your paper with, Father Ben and Giselle on your S&T human capital, advocacy. Now we would like to hear from national scientist Father Ben Nebres on his thoughts, also further thoughts on STEM education. Father Ben. Sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Alvin. I guess my context is that, as I've said, our problem in the Philippines is that the stream of capable STEM graduates is very thin. There are coming from the science high schools and selected high schools, but compared to our neighbors, we don't have anything. For example, some years ago, we read that Vietnam was sending 2,000 scientists for PhDs abroad, and we thought it was money. No, it's not money. If we had money for 2,000 scientists, we would not be able to find them. We have a problem of numbers. So I want to address the question of scale. Second point is that we have to understand that our problems go back 50 or 60 years. And that when we talk, for example, about giving materials to teachers in high school and even college, their capability is low. They're already products of our very poor system. I know that because I work with them. So even the statistic that CP gave about the number of BS science graduates, that has to be looked at because we get them coming to Ateneo for BS, for MS and PhD. They already have BS degrees from their universities, and they've been teaching there. But we still have to teach them how to do problem solving and other things. So our system really has very low capability to do the things that we're talking about. So therefore, we really have to focus. We have to focus and identify those that we can work with and nurture them. So I will just focus on problem solving because it's a thinking skill that's very fundamental. And our experience is that there are many challenges in improving problem solving in the high schools as well as in the college. One of them is that the teachers themselves are afraid of problem solving. I would say the majority or even most teachers are not willing to present a problem they have not solved themselves. And in other words, the way they do problem solving is mainly to technique, and it's basically recall. The teachers themselves recall how they solved the problem and do that, and the students are expected to do recall. That is not going to make a good mathematician or a scientist, but that's where we are. We've been there for a very, very long time. And then we have not been willing to talk about the problem of language. I believe that one of the reasons that Vietnam or China or Japan or Indonesia do better is they use their own language. We may not like that, but it's true. I'll just simply tell you, for example, even with my PhD students in mathematics, I write the problem in English, of course, but then if you listen to their discussion, they shift to Tagalog or Cebuano. Why? Because problem solving of any significance involves the whole person. It's not only an intellectual exercise. It involves you emotionally and totally. And so you really will engage them in a language where you can think and feel. A Japanese professor, Professor Mizuhata, who visited here many years ago, after he giving his lectures, he said, and then the next thing he said you should do is translate them into your own language. He said you can only do good mathematics in your own language because you have not only be able to think, but to feel. We may not believe it, but I can assure you, if you, even if your own teachers, if you get into a difficult science experiment or a difficult math problem, they will shift to a language they're comfortable with. So, well, we cannot change the language immediately, but what I've been advising math teachers is you can write the problem in English, but discuss them in a language they're comfortable with. In other words, you may use a textbook with English, you write it there, but discuss it, engage them in whatever language they're comfortable with. Because then they begin to process it in a language that they're comfortable with. You may not believe it, but I've been teaching mathematics since the 70s and problem solving, and that's what I see. So what are we trying to do? What we have started in Ateneo de Manila Math Department is we have contacted various SUCs that we are good. We have a lot of mathematician friends there. So right now we have contacted MSU IIT, Caraga State University, West Visayas State University in Iloilo, Southern Luzon State University, and Benguet State, because we know the mathematicians there. And we have said, can we work together and ask you to select to select certain public high schools around you, and begin problem-solving courses. That's very central. No? They have, if you cannot get over the barrier of teachers and students being willing to tackle a problem they have never seen before and work at it and learn it, we will never succeed. No? It will. In the teams, for example, there are several levels, and the lowest level of solving is recall. And if you read the detailed analysis of teams of Filipino students, our students are at that level. They're at the level of recall. They cannot get to the second or third levels where they can process something new. And that's why I would start really with the problem solving, because there they begin to have the experience of engaging something they do not know and begin to learn the method to make progress on it. So that's what we want to do. We will, they've agreed, they're quite excited to do it. How will we do it? I think in the session we had with Giselle and with CP David, we said we have been doing this with Ateneo grade school and high school. So we have lots and lots of problems that they can work with. And so we will share that and we will share the experience with them. that's what, in other words, that's what we see. We really, there are many other things we need to do, but we have to get over this. We have to get over this hump of being afraid to teach something that we don't ourselves have to learn how to do. We have to get our teachers to get over that. If they cannot get over that, then we'll still be stuck at the recall level. They will only teach problems they already know, by techniques they already know, and they will expect the students to simply repeat what they have learned, and we're not going to produce good mathematicians and scientists. What do I recommend to others? I don't know, for example, for Alvin, if LaSalle does this with any public high schools, not special high schools. There are many reasons. Let me just end with that. There is a lot of talent in the normal public high school. In the Philippine Math Olympiads that you have every year, among the very best come from public high schools from nowhere. There is talent everywhere. And we have to catch that talent. And the other reason is that I mentioned this to Giselle and to David, is that both experience in the Philippines and studies that have been done abroad, it is typically the lower middle class that stays in science. And the others will go to engineering, to finance, medicine, and so on. And certainly, if you look, I look at the faculty that have stayed in Ateneo de Manila College. They're typically from normal public high schools. They don't come from Ateneo High School or LaSalle High School or something like that. A few do, but the great majority come from there. It's a culture thing. So anyway, let me end with the main thing I want to say. Let's not worry overly much about curriculum. We'll get there. Let's worry on getting a culture of problem solving, or in the case of science, a culture of doing real experiments, not simply demonstrations. Let's get that culture going, because that is the foundational thinking and scientific culture on which you can build. Without that, as I said, we'll repeat our culture of teaching a given curriculum, and the teacher will teach what's familiar to them, and the students are expected to repeat it, and we will not move forward. So scale, problem solving, language. We'll keep you informed of how we are doing with a group of schools that we're trying to do a partnership with. Thank you.
Thank you, National Scientist Ben Nebres. Very interesting here after decades of teaching, mathematics and, heavily involved in STEM education in the country, that we are still, focusing on scaling up, problem solving and, language. In other words, still building the culture. So how long are we going to do this? So this is an interesting segue to our next two speakers. We will come back to you, Father Ben, later.
Sure.
Q&A. But as I have said, I think this will be a good segue to our next two speakers who would probably give us, their thoughts, like from Romy Solis and Cheryl Monterola. So yes, Father Ben was mentioning about catching the talent. That is really true. I've been also moving around the country, and yes, there are many talents all around the country. So catching them, and I think as part of our discussion here, the theme of our fireside chat here is really also saving the talent. So let me hear now from first from Ronnie Solis, his thoughts about what Father Ben Nebres and Dr. C.P. David had earlier actually, talked about. Romy, please. Romy Solis.
Yes.
You may, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank PAASE for inviting me. I was requested to give a short background about the school and give my thoughts on secondary education for STEM. Okay, so what I'll do is give a very short presentation about the school. So this is a school which is in the province of Cavite. It's in Tanza. It's a small school. It only has 240 students at the moment. It offers K to 12. Okay, so most of the students at the high school level are there under the ESC voucher program. So in the school, we try to develop skills in creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and we also add grit. Grit will be defined as passion and perseverance. Okay. Now how did we get into this? When I retired from government, I retired as director of ASTI, and I decided not to go back to UP. Well, the usual thing is that I have to drive for my wife who worked there. She needed a teacher for technology and home economics. So it's like CP's case. So I became the first teacher for technology and home economics, and robotics and electronics became our technology and home economics course. So of course, our first robots were just commercial robots, Lego Mindstorms. We have Vex at that time, and we got several other robots. Okay. Around 2006, we decided to check, because if you have robots, the commercial robots, they are so expensive. So we wanted to have a smaller ratio of students to robots. So we thought if we can make our own robots. So the first robot that we made for teaching programming is called Terrapin. You use switches to program the robot. The idea was to have robots that do not need computers to operate, because at that time, everything needed computers, and that became an added cost. Computers are so expensive then. Now we developed this into two or three kinds of robots: Tilebot 1, Tilebot 2, Artbot. We just gave the names of these robots yesterday, but we have been using this since 2008, 2010. So you put tiles or you put chips to program the robot, and this is what we use now to teach coding to our kids, and also we use it to involve the parents in coding, and also grandparents. So once we had a contest for parents and grandparents, so they do their coding also. Okay, so one of the things we did before was to, in the early part, one of their projects was always a Christmas display. In making a Christmas display, they arrange everything. So there's some art, then they have a microcontroller control all of this. So, but for some reason, we had to stop this because of scheduling. I'll explain that later. Okay, so after that, how do we get more people into robotics? How do we get all our students into robotics? What we did was to teach most of them how to use microcontrollers, and we found that we can easily do that, and it became a very cheap way for the students to be able to implement some of their own ideas. So we started with the higher grades, but eventually we were able to bring it down. For some years, we brought it down to grade 6. So we can teach grade 6 assembly language programming. And we had to get motors. At the time, motors were not readily available. There was no Shopee, there was no eBay. We have to get scraps or salvage motors. Okay, and we were able to do it for a while. Okay. Okay, these are some projects that they worked on in the past years. This is the Angklung. I ordered an angklung from Indonesia, and the students run it with a microcontroller. Okay, so every year they still use it. They change the songs. Okay, then there's an electronic wheelchair. We tried to put a wheelchair with a micro electronic control, and the students made a lot of variations on it. Actually, this project, in one presentation, this project made me think about what we were doing, because we had an event, a parents event, and they were supposed to present it. And when they brought it into the room, it did not work. So I thought it could be a disaster. But when they were able to fix it in front of everyone, I thought that it seems to be working. They could solve their own problems. And that is where what I mentioned earlier, grit, sets in. We found out that you may have students who are good, and you may have better students in other schools, but the student who is able to stand up when they fail is the one who will eventually succeed. Okay. We have this cupcake decorator. Okay, I gave this to them as a problem. How do you design something where cupcakes can be decorated? And if you can see, there's a German engineer who liked the project. Okay, so they do this. Okay, next. Okay, so every year we have an event, and it sort of focuses everything. Okay, we cannot give all our time to this. So, well, I told you that we removed the Christmas display so that the time will be used for academics. But come January, we spend January preparing for a February event. Okay, we give the students more time to do their own creative work for a one-day event, and it helps them. They know that people will be watching them, and they're excited about it. They know that there would be visitors. They really prepare for it. It's something like the Hawthorne effect. Okay, of course, there will be music and dancing, and we invite the public schools to come, and that's part of our promotion. And one thing about that event is that at the same time, there will be a musical play. We get professional directors for our play, but we can see the students shuffling their time. If they are not on the play, they're making robots. If the director lets them off, they run and make robots. Okay. So this is how the event goes. We have hundreds of people in the event. The parents come. Okay, the event is important because really the students really love the attention, and it gets us to promote S&T also. And you can see here there's a contest on programming robots among the parents. Okay, so in our senior high school, we try to let them work on projects on their own, but this one was the project of our second batch of senior high. They made a robot for cooking and serving adobo, spicy and sweet, with vegetables, without vegetables, with egg, those variations. Okay, they have several versions. We found out that they were spending a lot of time making frames. So what we did was to develop projects using metal frames, and that is easy to get now. So it saves them a lot of time. Unfortunately, the last version was not completed because of the lockdown. Fortunately, they were able to document the segments before they had to transfer it, because it was part of a contest of analog devices, and they had to put it in a frame that can be transported for several kilometers. So that's one of the last versions. Now, what do we do? Next slide. What do we do during COVID-19? Okay. So how do we do this? Okay. This is what we do. We did. Okay. And what we are doing now. The first one is how do we continue to teach about assembly language programming when we have a few programmers. We were able to get systems wherein you can do just a board, and we sent one each to all the houses or to the homes of all the students who are going to need it. Okay, we sent for all. Then you see on the right one student working with it, that she's grade 11. The next batch using it is grade 8. So we already sent to all grade 8. We had to lend computers to those who needed them because many students had only phones. But one thing that was funny was that the staff asked me, will we have to lend a computer because the student does not have a Windows machine? I said, okay, then, well, the reason was they have many Apple laptops. So we have some students who can afford those things too. Okay. Now we provide our own power bank so the students don't have to buy batteries. Okay. The next robot, we made a robot for the elementary and grade 7. We had to take out doing assembly language in grade 6 and 7 because we have some who came in from the public schools. So we cannot, they have a hard time with it. So we developed a kit using Scratch. And we sent this to our students, I think for grade 5, 6, and 7. We fabricated this. We're using a commercial board and we added their own interfaces so they can make their own STEAM or STEM projects. So the idea is for them to make creations on their own. Okay. Okay, next. All right. Now we follow this. The role of the teacher is to create the conditions for invention rather than provide ready-made knowledge. Okay. This is a quotation by Papert, who was he is the person responsible for Lego Mindstorms. So I was also asked to give some comments on how to improve STEM. We don't know if there will be a supply problem of STEM teachers. From our experience, we have dwindling a smaller number of applicants for teachers of math and science, especially science. We found out that one university in our area even terminated or suspended the operation of its program for math. It may be, we don't know the real reason, but some people are saying it's because of the board passing rate for that course. It seems that universities are also pressured to have a high passing rate, but one way they can have a higher passing rate is to stop some programs where they're not doing very well. Okay, so when we hire teachers, I've been interviewing teachers for so many years. And one thing interesting is this, especially the math teachers. For example, I see in their transcript that they have differential calculus. I will ask them the word that will describe what they took up in that subject. Okay, I asked them for several subjects, and many I found out were not taught the topic. There's a reason. It's because they couldn't find a faculty member, so they replace it with another topic. Okay, so that's one thing that maybe the government can can help. No? Because of the need for teachers, the universities have to be helped. Then now teachers are younger and younger. They are millennials, and very soon they will be Gen Z. So career choices will be made in a different way, and as to how long they will stay in a career, in the teaching career or in the STEM career, we may not know. Okay, but on the other hand, there are those who can come in and be an asset to the STEM field. Like I have a principal friend in Singapore who goes out to hire burned out engineers for her as her teachers. STEM materials will be needed. Okay, it's a very good teacher may not need a textbook, but in reality, if you go to public schools and many private schools, if you have a good textbook, a lot of the problems already solved. Okay. So we can look at this. Okay, then students, well, they're not the ones who make the choices. Okay, and we are confronting now, especially during this pandemic, the influence of games. So promoting STEM, okay, games may not really be that bad. You can have games that promote STEM. I'm also for helping in elementary. Maybe there could be environments which are non-formal, and the non-formal environments like a science centrum can be helpful in promoting STEM. They also, not only for the elementary, but also for the pre-elementary and high school levels. And that may be something that's easier to set up in a sense that you do not deal with a lot of bureaucracy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Romy. Very interesting. You have shown how the 4 C's are actually applied on your methodology: the creativity, collaboration, what's that? Critical thinking and communications, which are really essential, no, in building, the cognitive skills of our young, students. So again, I pick up and added, maybe criterion, or maybe, for the grant, developing those materials that can be utilized by the students. And I like, the environment is a bit messy. And, I remember from the province, when, whenever my brother Ivan, Father Nebres, Ivan, when we go home to Tacloban, we would always mess up, the house. Our study table would have so many, wires, and whenever we leave, it's always, and then my father would clean it up, so clean. He always tells us, when you come back home, umuwi kayo, parating ang gulo dito, ang dumi dito, something like that. We really love working that kind of environment, and I see that in your environment for your grades. I mean, your high school, grade school, and high school students. So thank you very much, Romy, for sharing. We will have more opportunities for discussion later, but at this point, we are actually recording this, chat with your consent. I'm sure, Giselle, we are going to use this for our own, purposes. And I would like also to acknowledge the presence of, esteemed people around. We were just joined by former Secretary Ernesto de la Peña. Ernie, welcome, to this chat. And of course, we have here former Secretary Academician Willie Padolina, and of course, members of the board of PAASE, Vice President Mario, Lisa, I've seen Lisa here, and of course, of course, CP there, Lulu, our secretary, Lulu Harold, and of course, our academician, Sean Raimundo, welcome. She's there, and of course, Ollie, Kevin, Camille, of course, Edna, you were mentioned already, Joyce, thank you so much. And of course, Ino, a member of the board. So welcome. We are continuing for discussion on this on STEM education, really catching maybe and saving the talent for young Filipinos. So we now continue to it, to the thoughts of Cheryl Monterola. We're excited to hear from your end, Cheryl.
Thank you, Sir Alvin. Good morning po. Let me just pull up my presentation. Good morning again. I'm Cheryl Monterola from the College of Education. I'll just share some thoughts on overcoming the challenges in Philippine STEM education and talking about the different initiatives that we have. As earlier mentioned by Ma'am Giselle, I'm the executive director also of the Center for Integrated STEM Education. Our vision is to create a culture of inquiry and innovation for nation building. It's an independent program of the UNILA Foundation. This initiative started in 2018 when UNILA Foundation funded the intensive training of educators from UP College of Ed, from the Department of Education, and from the Philippine Science High School system. And we look at models of STEM education in Boston. And from there, we looked at different means of contextualizing the components of STEM education that can be brought to the Philippines. Because at that time, STEM education started in senior high school as one of the academic tracks. And in 2019, we sort of started different programs, but we were formally established last year, just 2020. So some of our programs are actually categorized into the following. We have strategic programs on teacher upskilling, learner empowerment, curricular innovations, and GIE partnerships. I'm going to walk you through the different initiatives that we have done or are for some are ongoing. So as a pivot to the normally we have workshops. No, we're more inclined to give workshops so that we stay longer with teachers. We're able to really give an intensive training and sustain this connection with them even after the training. But because of the pandemic, we have to pivot some of our programs. So we have a teacher upskilling series using webinars. But also, I'd like to point out that we have design thinking workshops for STEM educators, which I'm going to talk about in a little while as a component of a STEAM innovation program. We also have this what you call STEM teaching factory, for which we actually immerse teachers from nearby schools in a manufacturing plant. We are working with Amherst Laboratories, a manufacturing plant of Unilab Foundation in Binyan. And we connect with schools near the manufacturing plant and bring them to the manufacturing plant to interact with researchers, engineers, analysts, and also try out some of the equipment. So conduct experiments using the equipment in the manufacturing plant. This way, they're able to actually broaden their perspectives about available STEM careers here in the Philippines, and also be more confident about the kinds of, or be more knowledgeable about the competencies that are really needed in an actual workplace that's, of course, heavily STEM intensive. What we were able to do to pivot this particular program last December, we were able to transition this into an online virtual STEM teaching factory. But because teachers will not be able to go to the actual factory of Unilab, so there were simulations and there were walkthroughs of the different laboratories inside the manufacturing plant. And also we exposed the teachers to Labster so that they'll be able to try out virtual laboratory experiments such as, the HPLCs that are commonly used in a manufacturing plant, such as a pharmaceutical company. Part of our teacher upskilling earlier, Dr. Giselle mentioned about the second Integrated STEM Leadership Summit. It's actually a teacher upskilling and a GIE partnership initiative at the same time. We co-organized it with the MIT JWEL, the World Education Lab, with the CIMEO Secretariat, with the US STEM Leadership Alliance, Unilab Foundation, and the CIMEO STEM Education Center. There were 3,770 participants representing 50 countries, most of which are actually STEM teachers. And we were able to invite 100 speakers. And up to now, some of these participants are actually reaching out to our speakers in their own STEM initiatives. In terms of learner empowerment, we did what we call a project called Once Dose of Vitabits. It's actually a micronutrition literacy for adolescents. The purpose of this one is to actually help out in terms of combating what you call poor nutrition practices that are quite intergenerational, because stunting and of course malnutrition is a problem that's with what you call irreversible effects that will actually influence even their performance or productivity during adult age. So this was a very successful program. We tried it out in Quezon City Public High School. There's a research component added to it. So there's a pre-post evaluation, and we determine the effect size so that we will know whether the project is worth replicating. And this one, we found out that the 15 modules on micronutrition literacy are really successful in terms of improving students' literacy about nutrition. And we're trying to pivot this into an online program so that more senior high school students will be reached. Another program that we have is the Sorsogon STEAM Innovation Program. Just before the lockdown last year, we were able to conduct a hackathon as part of the STEAM Innovation Program. And out of this year-long program, aside from the hackathon, students were able to generate 93 projects. So just to paint a picture of the entire STEAM Innovation Program in Sorsogon, the STEAM Innovation Program Sorsogon involved all the 12 schools in Sorsogon offering STEM in senior high school. So it actually involved 500 students on the ground and about 100 STEM teachers from the 12 schools. At the onset of the program, what we did was to connect to the community to try to understand home, school, and community problems that can be solved through STEM research in senior high school. So from the roundtable discussion and focus group discussions with farmers, with fisher folks, with barangay officials, and even local government units and the local government agencies, were able to actually craft the STEAM research and innovation agenda for them, providing the picture of the kinds of problems that are present at home, in school, and in the community, for which the students can actually try to contribute some solutions. Part of the STEAM innovation program is that we developed a year-long innovation program, innovation-focused curriculum for senior high school. We made sure that it is aligned to the curriculum of the Department of Education, because otherwise, if you introduce a new program to the Department of Education, it will be met with great resistance. So we made sure that it's aligned with the existing subjects inside the Department of Education, but we embedded design thinking framework. So we have this own design thinking framework, as you can see here on screen, the biggest circle of which is empathizing. So the idea here is to create solutions, to offer solutions that are actually responsive to the needs of the community. So empathy here is, creating the anchor for which the design thinking is being embedded in the curriculum. And from the year-long, and then of course, we had to train their teachers how to implement the curriculum. It was an intensive workshop involving the 100 teachers from the STEM schools. We gave them the materials for doing for implementing the year-long curriculum, all the presentation slides, all the worksheets that they can use for doing it inside their classroom. And at the end of it all, just last year when we ended the program was able to generate 93 STEAM projects. But when I said ended the program, it's not really completely divorcing ourselves from Sorsogon because we're still working with them. We're expanding actually the program. They requested us to not just offer it for senior high school students or from the senior track, but also from the STEM track, but also cater to the special science sections in grades 9 and 10. Also part of the STEAM innovation program in Sorsogon is that we conducted what you call STEM talks. So we did parent education seminars, we engaged parents, we talked about, the need for really nurturing the Philippine STEM pipeline and the role of parents in encouraging and motivating their students to consider a career in STEM. And just recently, one of the schools that we assisted through this program actually was chosen as a national finalist in the 2019 to 2020 Secretary's Award for Excellence in Curriculum and Instruction. So as I've said, although we have seen the success here in Sorsogon as our proof of concept for this particular program, we are sustaining our assistance to the schools in Sorsogon, but we're also trying to expand this project and look for other partners for this particular program. We also have initiatives for remote learning instructions. The center actually was chosen to host and produce we were chosen by the National DepEd TV to host and produce several episodes of Wonder Science, particularly for science in grade 10 in junior high school. We collaborated with Radio Turoguro of Ateneo Salt. We assisted in the assessment items that are being featured during the science segment of the RTG or Radio Turoguro Science. We also have an ongoing weekly or Saturday, it's a Saturday program in DZMM Teleradio. It's Wonder Teacher. It's a combination of social-emotional learning and STEM communication program. We have a local radio program covering Mindanao. It's called Wonder Teacher on Air. It's actually in partnership with Iligan City Radio High. Iligan City National High School radio station. Although this is all about initiatives in high school, I'd like to just mention some of our initiatives catering to our younger students. So we rapidly produced COVID-19 comics last year at the onset of the pandemic. And later on, when DepEd schools opened this school year, this COVID-19 comics were circulated in all public elementary schools. To support the Department of Agricultural Training Institute efforts on urban agri, so they actually distribute agri-grow kit for kinder to grade 1 students. Because there's an absence of learning support materials for the agri-grow kit. So what we did was to produce this activity booklet called Magtanim at Matuto, for which we embedded literacy and numeracy skills and even scientific skills for that children can actually explore while trying to also grow their own plants. Also to come with the agri-grow kit of Department of Agricultural Training Institute, we actually developed a Filipino storybook for them. The story came from one of the staff of ATI, but we were able to produce a storybook out of it entitled Ang Munting Sulok ni Lina. So again, these two materials are all about urban agriculture. Also for lower grades, because the formal science curriculum starts in grade 3. So we don't have actual materials or formal curriculum catering to kinder students to grade 2. So actually in total, we produced 63 modules, majority of which were supposed to be for face-to-face delivery. But we had to pivot this particular program called Science of Us because we had to redesign it to be available for remote learning delivery. So we have 25 modules for remote learning, and then we assembled lab in a box, 75 sets of lab in a box. As you can see here, we gave them to the participants of this particular program. Because this is a remote learning delivery program, we need to rely also on parents, assistants, and other home learning partners. So to be able to capacitate them how to do it, so we produce video tutorials for parents and home learning partners. We also made sure that we build what you call a community of parents, teachers, and learners. So we have this Facebook group for assisting our parents. But the other more difficult experiments or exploration activities are actually facilitated online by our trained facilitators. So that's for the younger spectrum. Also on another end, aside from the basic education sector that we are working on, we have initiatives that are ongoing with the ILO, particularly with TESDA, in the integration of STEM in technical vocational education and training, because this is the direction that TESDA is taking. So we were able to facilitate a curriculum guide write-up for 120 TESDA curriculum writers. I developed the learning design framework for them and also the curriculum guide and train the trainers involving this. We had a meeting with ILO Geneva, and some of the STEM in Tibet activities here in the Philippines will be picked up and will be featured in the ILO toolkit on core work skills. So, and lastly, just to wrap up my presentation, another GIE partnership that we are really leveraging on is on a smart agriculture. Unilab Foundation, together with of course, System and the Asian Institute of Management, is working on the applications of data science on determining success factors and, of course, youth readiness for smart agriculture. So we are in consultation with Simeo Circa with this. But it's going to be a machine learning model that will really inform program and policy development regarding smart agriculture relating to youth, to our youth. So on the side of DepEd, there are ongoing initiatives. Earlier, I heard about of course, our challenges in PISA, and there are 2 ongoing projects of DepEd. So I'm wearing the hat of as a program leader of the Education Futures program. We have 2 ongoing projects with the AAM MS Data Science program. One is to determine AI-based intervention strategies for improving Filipino students' performance in PISA. The project is expected to generate or identify student, school, and system level factors that will really inform how we can improve the Philippines' future participation in PISA. The other project is on teacher quality. We're also partnering with AIM MS Data Science for them to build what you call an intelligent learning and development system for public school teachers, so that it's not going to be a one size fits all training for them, based on their prior training, their educational background. So there can be recommended trainings that they need to take. So it's not going to be the same for everyone if we are able to base it on their prior training exposure and other possible micro credentials. So thank you very much for listening. These are some of the STEM education initiatives that are ongoing here in the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful, Cheryl, to know the range of activities that you actually, introduce to our basic education. And interestingly, the Education Futures program of DepEd is something which is a welcome. I will hopefully be involved with DepEd on the internationalization of the curricula. So it will be soon. So I will look at your education and future education, program that is. Anyway, thank you very much, Cheryl. I know, our participants here are very much eager to interact with already so much, information and ideas we had from our, four distinguished, speakers. I just would like to acknowledge, those who recently joined us, our colleagues. Of course, Academician Bill Torres has been there earlier, and Academician Joey Balmaceda. And of course, Camille here and the rest, we are now open for discussions. I think we have covered pretty much, the areas that we wanted to actually cover here in our in the guidelines that was set for this chat. Giselle joined me, in facilitating, the question and answer, So anyone actually would be welcome to, share their thoughts. But let me just read what earlier Edna Ko shared on the chat box. Okay. Let me begin with Edna's comment on here. In UP Clark, we observed that admitted freshman students suffer from poor S&T background, and they struggle with this, particularly in math. Our faculty equally struggle with providing bridge courses, but this is, what's this? Emergency firefighting. With no UPCAT, we imagine things will even be more challenging at the tertiary level. As an additional requirement, UP Clark is putting another gate to applicants by putting proficiency tests in S&T and in language. But then again, I thought this may be a late, stage. Of course, Giselle has commented that, UP Clark should be linked with public high schools. This was one that was actually described earlier by National Father Ben. And yes, Edna further actually commented that UP can do that not by themselves. So PAASE is sought for its assistance and its members, of course, to serve as a nucleus and bring groups together. So UP can be a base, so to speak, but we have so many things in our hands. I'm moving UP Clark to be UP Central Luzon. Many administrative requirements. Okay, on the S&T circle formation here. So I think, yes, there are, I think, many other ideas on the floor that we are now open for discussion. Giselle, please help. Thank you once again, and let's give a virtual applause to our, esteemed speakers. Thank you so much. That was great. So let's now open for discussion. Okay.
Alvin.
You are on mute. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Giselle.
I just wanted to reply to Dr. Patolina's question. Anybody from DepEd, DOST, and PSI, we decided to, have our speakers today. We can have another session with the DepEd Undersecretary, whom we invited, but unfortunately he had not replied as of 2 days ago. But then the DOST, from the DOST, we also considered inviting SEI director, Josette Pio. So that's for another chat. But Sec Boy had said that several from the DOST would be attending this chat. So hopefully people can listen to the recordings of our chats, and that would be the basis for accepting our invitations in the future. This has to be an ongoing discussion, Dr. Padolina. So at this point, we would like to open the floor. At the same time, if nobody yet has a question to ask, then we would like our speakers to tell us exactly what they would like to receive from, say, the PAASE members in terms of new proposals. How could we help you in your current endeavors? Okay, but then anybody can also ask a question. I'd like to recognize Ollie Lucas, who is the founder of Unang Hakbang. and she might have a question as well. Thank you.
Okay. Ollie?
All right. I'm actually happy to be here because of my cousin, Lourdes Harold. And when you're talking about, I think I was very interested in the robotics, and we'd like to be able to work with the Tansa Development Center on this. But what I'm thinking of is that, for example, Punahakbang has something like 300 kids that we are able to touch bases with, no? And we have we're actually very much already online because we have about 100, we provided tablets for at least about 100 kids, no? And what I was actually wanted to ask also PAASE, no, is if we could work together so that you provide us with material and science experiments. My cousin Ondas used to do this every summer when she was here in the Philippines, and that is always well received by grade school kids, mainly because they say that they don't do experiments in school. So they like to be able to do experiments. What we can do here is actually, you provide us the necessary, if you tell us what materials are necessary, we will put that together for simple experiments or for simple projects. And then you can coach our tutors on how to do this online. All right, and we'd like to be able to do this actually for the summer. Classes now end in July. Will be ending in July in the Philippines. So I hope this matches with your own summer vacations in the US. So if we can do something between, for July, August, say up to the beginning of September, and do this. We have about 300 kids that you can reach there from ages 6 and above. We have actually peer tutors. These are kids who actually who are in touch with them and who tutor them. We have about 140 kids who know how to tutor, right? And you provide us with the maybe you link with us, and then we do an initial batch of the experiments with our tutors, and then you can watch them as they then cascade them to the smaller students. Our groups are actually, we do this in groups of 1 tutor to about maximum of 5 kids. So you can really have more of a one-to-one, So maybe you can tell us, how it can be done and who it is that we could coordinate with you. Because actually the only one I really know here, it might be Giselle because I've met her, and Ondas Harold, my cousin.
Thank you, Ollie. And I'm glad to meet you again, Ollie. Your younger brother, Dodi Lucas, chemistry is my contemporary. So the same way that Ollie suggested what we might do in PAASE, I'd like to ask Cheryl what else it is that we could do to augment or to complement, supplement what you're doing in STEM. Everyone should know that Cheryl is the better half of our member in NAST and PAASE, Chris Monterola of AIM and formerly of UPD and IT. Okay, so Cheryl, you note that many of these schools are husband and wife teams. So you have CP, who's now working with his wife, his boss, and then we have Robbie, who was considered to leave government to help his wife. And we know that Cheryl is telling Chris, you better do this for STEM. We saw the poster. So the women, they're very, very, important and in command. So we'd like to ask Father Ben, Cheryl, CP, and Romy what else it is we can do in PAASE to help you with your fantastic programs.
Okay, can I say something about improving PISA? No? Maybe what PAASE can do is to invite PAASE members to take the PISA themselves. Go to, because you'll find out if you try to take the PISA, the questions basically demand thinking skills. And so then we'll begin to say, how do we develop those thinking skills in our students? It's also true in teams, but teams demands not only general thinking skills, but it requires high levels of math and science. But I would really urge very much that that PAASE encourage those who worry about these things to try it. There are PISA has released questions to try them, and then begin to ask how do we develop the ability to think, because the questions really ask you to think. The next question I would ask is to bring up that question of language. Do you really think that Filipino students can think sufficiently well in English to process the complex thinking that is demanded by PISA? We're going to try to experiment giving PISA type questions in Filipino or Cebuano and see if they will do better. In other words, you cannot improve performance in PISA just simply by giving more math and science. It really is the ability to think. If you look at them, so please take them yourselves, just to understand what it demands. They're not easy, even for us. They're not easy. You have to think. Okay.
Father Ben, thanks. I think Bill Torres has a question. Academician Bill Torres, and then we'll go to CP, and then to Romy, and then again to Cheryl.
And also
Bill?
to
Yes.
Bill. Yes, Bill, you are on mute. We cannot hear you, Bill. Sorry. Dr. Torres. Hello, Academician Torres. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Well, maybe while waiting for Academician Bill Torres, can we hear from CP?
Former Secretary Ernie also actually is raising his question. Maybe CP.
Go ahead, Sec Ernie. Go ahead, please.
Ernie. Sec Ernie, please unmute.
I joined the chat rather late, but I think the main theme that emerged since I joined was that the traditional teaching student relationship is not going to work anymore, and so we need better ways of intervention in terms of imparting the STEM courses. But there was no mention, again, during the time that I joined, about the dynamic learning program of the Bernidos, which is essentially not the traditional teacher-student interaction or communicating, teacher communicating what needs to the student to learn, but it's a more learning by doing kind of exercises that they are emphasizing in terms of STEM, science and technology, and STEM in general. And I think from what I gather, the program, the dynamic learning program of the Bernidos is, rather bringing out good results in terms of the imparting science and technology, STEM, to students. And I understand many of the graduates of that little town in Hagna, Bohol, are even get accepted to college, not only UP, but also even abroad. So there was no mention yet, as far as I can gather, during this chat.
Thank you. Thank you, P. Ernie. Everyone should know that the dynamic learning program is mentioned in the PAASE S&T Human Development paper. I was on text with the Bernidos just now asking why, whether they could join us, but I have not received the response. They must be very busy. So I contacted them just now. But please, everyone is aware of the successes of the dynamic learning program of the Bermudas in Hagna. Thank you so much. So next we will hear from Academician Bill Torres. Any comments, Acad Bill?
We cannot hear Dr. Torres. We still have some problems with the audio.
Okay. So we will hear from CP David now. And then Camille Mendoza of Unilab is here. After CP, it will be Camille Mendoza.
For the call for proposals from PAASE, siguro I'll draft a proposal on an after-school program, particularly centering on reviving the science quiz bee of the country. Yun yung naisip kong proyekto. Ang idea kasi, ang laki nung hurdle in revising the current curriculum of DepEd and the requirement of retooling all our science and math teachers need a nationwide concerted effort, which might be too big just for PAASE as an organization. Of course, ito pa rin yung pinaka mga importanteng bagay, pero I think as a small step towards improving STEM education, an after-school program wherein students learn a little bit more beyond what they are getting from school. And this is masked as part of a preparation for competing in the quiz bee. So that's the general idea I have.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you, CP. Let me just comment, Giselle, on CP's idea. Yes, quiz bee. Maybe also extend your to considering how we used to have. I do not know if it's still being done at the moment. The science fair. I remember I was a representative, during my high school in physics. So they used to have science fair competition at the regional level for chemistry, biology, and physics. And I do not know now whether that particular competition is still there and the regional champions go to the national level competition. So this is similar to your idea about quiz bee. Maybe we can also extend developing materials for the science fair competitions, that we can possibly do.
Maganda yan, Alvin. In fact, from your experience, you will realize that it's not really winning the competition,
yes,
or the
exactly.
experience of competing, but it's in the preparation.
Yes.
That number one, convinced you to go into STEM. Number two, that you just simply became more comfortable with that particular.
Right. Yeah, because I remember biology are taught at a lower level in high school then, and chemistry at the third year and physics at the fourth year. So there were already involvement of the younger level, students, and there were already mentors actually, helping these, students, and I experienced that personally. So I think if we are considering your proposal for the quiz bee, for which is much easier because it's a set of questions that you can do, maybe an app, but the more challenging one will be on the experimental side for science, based competition. But anyway, it's very much welcome, CP, for PAASE.
Alvin? Yes, I had the same experience in chemistry, high school and college. And of course, I didn't win the first prize, but it was an experience, nerve-wracking. I think that Father Ben and CP and I had talked about this. The communities of teachers mentoring students would be in the context, say, of math clubs and science clubs. So enrichment, diba? Enrichment after school programs. I think that has to be activated, and the mentoring has to be good. And here it's more informal, so it's a small group discussion, and language can be, say, Taglish or Cebuano, English, so that their students can teach, can think, in a smoother ways, and they are uninhibited in their thinking. So I think we will ask at this point, Akad, Bill, if you have something to say, and then we will. I see the raised hands. If, Bill,
Lulu.
Yes.
Lulu and Al as raised hands.
Already?
I don't know whether Bill, Dr. Torres is ready. Sir,
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can
yes,
you hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Finally. Yes, sir.
Okay, so sorry about that. I just bought a new computer and I'm fiddling with changing from one to another. May I say that I am a product of public schools, both elementary school and high school. My father was a school teacher in elementary school, also in public school. So I think I sympathize with the problems that are encountered by most of you regarding what's happening in our schools. Now, I'm also a teacher, but I focus on college and graduate school. But in Ateneo, and Father Ben knows this, I have experience having summer institutes with high school teachers from all over the Philippines. So somehow but that was a very different era. Now it's a different era. So anyway, I have not heard from any of the speakers the phrase STEM ecosystems. And I think this is a trend that we ought to take a look carefully at. STEM ecosystems is already becoming more popular, and maybe a year or two ago, when I looked at it, there were already 89 such ecosystems. And I believe the concept of digital ecosystems is really what will perhaps accelerate the many things we want to do, as I have learned a lot from the various speakers. However, let me just mention another new word. I think all of us have to appreciate what we need to do in our organizations to become more digital. And the word is, how do we go about transforming our organizations? And I'm not just talking about schools. I'm talking about institutions. I'm talking about companies, universities, communities. That is where I'm coming from. I have a feeling that many of the problems that we are encountering in terms of inclusiveness, in terms of involving more and more people in the collaborative things that we want to do, unless we move in that direction, I have a feeling we will move at the same pace that we have been doing things, and not. I'm not really talking about advanced digital transformation. I'm really talking about making use of ICT resources that will enable you to do the many things that you want to do. For example, I have a strong feeling about what they call edge computing, bringing the resources to the edge of the network, the edge of the internet, because it is the only way that we can lower the cost and improve the quality of the services that we can get out of the internet. But I think the more important result of doing something like that is to harness the creativity, the capabilities at the community level on their own. And perhaps our role will be to guide or to facilitate, to help, to support. And there are many things we can do together, but empowering the communities, and because we're talking about schools in communities, empowering schools, and I'm talking about not only the uh, campuses, but also the homes, because we have to link up teachers and students, not only when they come to the campus, but also on a continuing basis. So this is where I'm coming from. I believe that, and one more thing I want to say, it is not possible to create that ecosystem if you only talk about education. But I think it is important, because it is important for all, that education should be a priority. It is the driver, or it is the spark that will say, we need to set up digital ecosystem at the community level, and we will start with education. But if you do that, it cannot still be afforded by that area. We have to say, well, this digital ecosystem can be shared by health, can be shared by government, can be shared by many other sources. So in the past, we probably could not think that way, but today we can. We are able, we are capable, but there is a need to, I hope, create what I call the demand-driven evolution of this digital ecosystem. It cannot be that we wait for the supply of ICT resources. It cannot be. It's got to be demand. And the more demand that will occur at the community level, I think this will happen. And my contribution is that perhaps education, because it is of interest to everybody, especially now in the pandemic, especially because of that need, I think people will move things in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Torres. Lulu and then Al, and then we will go to Camille, Ino, and Miles.
I just want to
Lulu?
make a comment. The reason the Bernidos was successful, this is just my observation, is because they're forcing assessment in every module they have. And when they go to college, they're very well prepared for those multiple choice questions. That's just my observation. And I have talked to them in a certain meeting. So assessment is very important when you are preparing modules. It's not enough that they perform. Ask very pointed questions, because the analytical thinking is very important. Number two, the reason why hands-on is successful is because they fail. They don't do it in one trial. And when they fail, they then think inductively rather than deductively. Because most experiments of modules are deductive. You state the principle, and then the designer of the curriculum perform experiments. When I taught organic chemistry just recently, I'm already retired, they just called me in. I was surprised organic chemistry was done inductively, wherein they were not told the principle. You know how difficult organic chemistry is? Very difficult. They have to actually induce the principle from the experiments that they do. And they do that from looking at the observations. And it is from a well-designed experiment. That's my challenge to CP, to Cheryl, to Romy. Design experiments that are inductive. I don't know if that will apply to robotics, but that should be looked into, because we don't want people to be recall-oriented and robotic. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about that one. You know, wherein they're just redoing what they already know. They have to unearth the principle from their observation. And also, this is good training in university level for the doctors, etc., because they will encounter that problem in their work. And number three, regarding Father Neveres, the thing is, when you are doing experiments, and I highly encourage this, is to do writing, journaling, because writing is very important.
Yes.
And I highly recommend that when they do their work, they do a notebook.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Lulu. We'll give That's later on, time to react. Let's proceed with Al at this.
I'm just going to address one concern that Father Nieblas actually mentioned. That's scale. I'm helping System, taking on the chairmanship with Unilab Foundation, mainly to scale up the products that they already have tested. In Tibet, I'm looking at the outside ecosystem, as Bill mentioned, to look at not only local but international as well. That's what I like about System. For CP, I like your Quizbee. I was a Quizbee champion in grade school in Pangasinan. I became a Philippine Science High School, a DOST scholar, went on a fellowship to the grad school in the US in Rensselaer, and came back as an entrepreneur here after 25 years abroad. And that's helping the ecosystem in SMT. So I like the start. I'll be there. And also reward the teachers, by the way, that train the students to make them Quizbee champions. And for you, Robio, Dr. Engineer Solis, I love ASTI, I love your work. There are outside ecosystems in robotics that I'm part of. The coding school is a very entrepreneurial-driven schooling that's scaling up in not only Philippines, but ASEAN. It's supported by a Dado Banato trustee in PhilDev. I can connect you to scale up. Again, it's all about scaling up. And to comment on Ernie's Bernido principle, one lesson of scale up is the DLP system was implemented in the FINMA educational system of my in-laws in the FINMA schools, 70,000 students. And what they realized was using DLP is good, but not enough. But first, you need to boost the confidence of the students before they can learn. And that's the first thing that they do in the FINMA school. All 70,000 of them needs to go psychological boosting. It's almost like a booster shot for them to begin learning. So it's not enough that you have the programs, guys. You need to build the psychology and the confidence of the students. And that's for general education. How much more for STEM? So we need to do something about that as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. We go to Ino.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. The three speakers have actually raised at least two important points regarding STEM education in the Philippines, and that is the quality of our teachers, and the second is on the instructional materials. And I like the idea that the selected higher educational institutions or SUCs in the region to be part of this STEM education initiative. Let me mention that the UPLB for the last almost a decade now has been offering the BS in Math and Science teaching program. Well, we get only 20 to 25 graduates every year for the last 10 years. And our mathematics group at UPLB has been conducting a training workshop for math teachers in the Southern Tagalog region for almost a decade now. And we're getting good attendance and very active participants. And after that, they are engaged also in collaborative research with our colleagues here in UPLB. And also developing instructional materials for physics course in high school at the UP Aurora High School. And this is actually being supported by the UP Alumni Association Netherlands chapter. They're supporting us through our contacts, and they're providing us the materials which the teachers can use as instructional materials. And this is now being used at UP Aurora High School and also selected high schools here in Los Baños. And I think with that particular model, we can perhaps PAASE can promote that particular model of promoting STEM education initiative in the different regions with our partners, also the SUCs in the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ino. Mario, your turn. Mario, please.
Yes, thank you, Alvin. Lulu mentioned the importance of assessment after every module. I would like to emphasize here the importance of program evaluation, right? Because this may be from my own experience, because I know that the most successful programs are those with strong evaluation component right at the get-go. So you do formative evaluation as you are developing your program. You do assessments, what's working, what's not working. And then at the end, you do summative evaluation, okay? And through the years, you keep on piling your information and data about the program that you develop. I probably some of you know that I work with the Marhab Scholarship Program at the University of Maryland, and I've been involved for 20 years, and we've learned a lot from how the program is run. And right now, it's being replicated in several universities from the East Coast to the West Coast, and it has received support and attention from the government and from private foundations like the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. So what I'm saying is that it is very important for us to learn, okay, or make sure that what we are doing is evidence-based from literature, from what others have learned, and from what we are learning from our own practice. Okay, and connected with this, if anyone is looking for like a location for pilot projects, I'd like to volunteer some areas in Rizal, because you know, I have like connection, and we can like design a study along with the program, so that we can, for example, have a comparison samples. You know, it's very also important. You know, we do not just run a project. Make sure that we are also doing it scientifically. That we maybe at the end of the project, we have ways of comparing different conditions and possibly publish our results, and probably also help in crafting policies, you know, for science and technology in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Before we go back to our speakers, we can have Oli. Oli, you have some questions?
Yeah,
Oli,
I mean, I just wanted to follow up on what was what PP, you know, mentioned about after school programs. Actually, you know, Unhak Bang actually runs an out of school time program. We call it out of school because where we are, which is Mandaluyong, children go to afternoon, and after there are some grade levels are in the morning, and some grade levels are in the afternoon. So children come to us either before or after their school hours. So we're not strictly after school. We are what you call, I think, in the US, out of school time programs. So we are one of those, and I don't think we are the only ones. No? There are others that run, you know, similar programs. And so, you know, what he's suggesting is actually quite good, so that it generates a more synthesis. And can I also suggest that, you know, right now there's an ALS law that has been passed, alternative learning system law that has been passed. And one of the innovations of the alternative learning system is that every municipality has to set up a community learning center. So while it is targeted for those out of school, I think those alternative learning centers can also be used for in-school children and your programs, no? For, let's say, either catch-up programs for science or enrichment programs for science, you know, can be conducted there. Maybe that should be taken a look at. And if I can suggest to Father Nebres, you know, Ateneo has this new program right now, which is philosophy for children. You know, I know that you all talk about using science in order to promote critical thinking, but you know, a very basic one is simply asking questions, which is what philosophy for children is, and that can be started in the preschool. You know, philosophy for children can be started in the preschool. We can start that, and then if you want to move onward, you know, utilize the thinking skills and questioning attitude of kids in order to push them along a STEM track, if you wish. But I think philosophy for children, you know, is something that can be a basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. Can we get the reactions now from our speakers, please? Father Nebre, Father Ben, Cheryl, Ronnie, and
Well, I think all the things we have said are great, but the question always is scale. Uh, how do we reach the numbers, and we have to measure it? That really is a problem. I know we're all doing very good things, but I don't know how much we reach the typical public school. And you have to remember that 90% of Filipino students go to public elementary schools and 85% go to public high schools. So if we don't do that, we are really reaching 10, 15% of the population. And so we have to just talk about scale. And I've always believed that we have to move away from just simply pilot programs. We have to really develop programs that we can implement in a big enough group and scale up. Otherwise, we can talk about catching up with our neighbors, but we never will. We never will. So that's the thing. And yeah, and I think several of the points are made are similar to what I said. That, in other words, doing inductive. When you do math problem solving, that is inductive because you are given a problem and you don't know what to do about it. So you do trial and error, and eventually, slowly, you begin to develop the ideas behind it. So it is an inductive way of it's learning, inductive thinking. Whereas you're right, just recall is an deductive, just recall. So yeah, but anyway, just I want to keep saying that we can do many, many good things, but the question is how big a sector of the general population are we reaching? And I have to keep coming back to the problem of numbers and scale. And we will never catch up in science and technology if we cannot reach bigger numbers.
Thank you, Father.
Can I add something? I
Reaction.
think somebody's, I'm sorry. Okay, go
Lulu,
ahead.
sorry, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
sorry.
probably hear from Cheryl, Romy, and CP. And then we'll come back to you, Lulu.
Thank you, Sir Alvin. My apologies earlier. I was not able to mention that Dr. Al is the president and chair of the Center for Integrated STEM Education. So he's helping us out there. Ma'am, regarding what's the ask of the system and the education counterparts of PAASE, we would like to tap your expertise of the different members of PAASE. So we have different projects, and I hope to get in touch with you with, especially for those projects of STEM senior high school students who will be needing mentors. We're going to compile the different projects of the students and then um, forward it to PAASE and sort of have a match up if, for example, you have some PAASE members who will be able to help out our students. This is also our way for, putting a face to the scientists and engineers so that the students will really have actual role models for them. Because in some textbooks, they would always refer to uh, scientists of earlier generations and the other scientists who are very active right now in the Philippines are not mentioned. So we also want that kind of interaction, not only with students but also with our teachers whenever we are training them. Um, I also agree with Sir Mario. All the programs that we have, although it's a pilot program, we always make sure that there's a research component to it. There's a pre and post evaluation, because again, at the very end of the day, I'm still an academic. I have to publish. So the projects that we have results, and we are making sure that we publish the results in journals. And dito on, if these are really worth replicating and as a proof of concept, we are actually developing the standards for recommendation for the adoption of the Department of Education. Because we already proved, for example, we have the evidence that those programs are successful. So I hope that we can work with PAASE. We can really tap the expertise of the members of PAASE po. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl. Can we hear from Romy? I know there were some comments or ideas in relation to your efforts in your school. Romy?
I would like to give a comment on CP's proposal for science fairs and science quizzes. That would be a good proposal that in a way that will be uh, that will influence the school to improve itself. Okay. One thing that should be done also is that before you have a fair or a contest between schools, there should be a contest within the school because you want to influence more students. There's a tendency for some schools to just support a kid, but the intention should be to influence the school so that more students. Another suggestion is to separate science and technology. In a science experiment, in a science fair, the best thing to judge or evaluate is how the student works, is planned out using the scientific method. In a technology fair, normally it is finishing a task or doing a task. I see some technology contests here where you're going to make a robot, then you will make a hypothesis, you will make some conclusion at the end. So they're trying to fit in the technology goals to the scientific format. Then I would like to react to the comments that there's a need for problem solving, induction, deductive thinking. Sometimes that is very desirable, but it is hard to ask people who teach that traditionally. One thing I was toying around before was the idea of having a course in logic. I saw a school in the US where course, the first science course is a course on logic. And I'm trying to get their materials. That might be better in a sense. It might be easier to implement. Also at the higher level. Once I gave a joke to DepEd. If you look at the STEM program, there is a course of disaster risk reduction in the STEM senior high. Once I asked them, can I teach logic instead? Because anyway, most of the problems in the country may be due to problems in logic. So why don't we just teach logic under that subject? So, well, as far as robotics, it's really the problem solving and the grit to solve the problem that's important. We want the students to be able to solve problems and not give up. So normally when I teach the students who do robotics, I tell them two things. First, you start, then you finish. That's what I tell them at the start of the semester. You start something, you finish. That's it.
Alvin, thank
Okay.
you, Romy.
Yes,
Alvin.
Giselle, go ahead.
Sorry,
Giselle.
I think we missed Camille Mendoza of Unilab.
Yes, I know. Yeah, yes.
Also recognize Ariel of Unilab.
Yeah.
He's trying to join in. So Camille,
Okay.
thanks.
Camille.
Hi,
Welcome back to you, CP.
good morning. Thank you for that. I actually just wanted to raise how I really am impressed with the activities and reach of the organizations. Yeah, despite the pandemic restrictions and all, and I'm confident that the activities will continue on post-pandemic. But I guess my question is more on with the influx of online activities. Majority of learning modalities are now online, if not remotely, at least for the country. So my question is more on how do we measure impact of these programs to our learners? And I can direct the question to anyone from the panel. Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with CP then. CP, you're the next. So maybe you can address as well, Camille's question.
Sorry, I was half listening because I was searching for the things that Father Ben mentioned about PISA and what. Sorry, Camille, what was it again?
No worries, sir. My question was more on how do we measure impact of the activities to the learners, despite other than the reach and numbers that we're getting. Yeah.
This is exactly what Father Ben is saying about scale. No, we can have a program that's nationwide, but the impact is very shallow. Alternatively, we can have just a few schools, but the impact is a little bit deeper. What I can share with you is at least now what we do in our school. I said this is a self-contained, and we pretty much control how things are done. And this is I hope you can see my screen. Now, this is the handbook I wrote for science instruction for our teachers. And you will notice that there are suggestions on science skills that need to be developed, and progressions are combined science skills. You know, and then a few more things. No, I'm not an edu person, so this is all based on experience. This is something very important to us. Choosing an activity, whether it be an experiment or a show and tell, what is the entertainment value of that activity versus the knowledge that you are getting? This is super important at the primary school level. In every activity, we evaluate, you know, how much information was gathered by the students, as well as how entertaining it is to them. Because at very early age, medyo dapat mas marami-rami ng konti yung entertainment value than the knowledge value. And then you can decrease that as you go along towards school. Also, in one comment that I think Lulu or Father Ben made, or I forgot who did made the comment about logic and so on. You will notice here in chapter 3, there are mga intangible things that are very easy to teach through science, but they're not really science subjects per se. For example, the concept of diagrams. When explaining a concept, it's much easier. Instead of text-based, it's presented diagrams, lalo na if the kids are the ones doing that diagram. How things are made, there are many YouTube videos about how things are made, and this helps the student or the child look at the component parts of a whole and so on and so forth, and then you can just go through the list, analytical reasoning, which is also done even at grade 1. And also for science, we always forget science is a universal uh, topic or subject, but for us, it is also a way or a technique to institute cultural literacy and national pride. And finally, efficiency and thoroughness, which is not taught regularly, as well as logic, but we put those in our science curriculum.
Thank you, CP. Yeah, who's next? Giselle?
I think we've covered many comments. At this point, Alvin, I would like you to share the general guidelines and criteria of the funding program of the proposal. And then afterwards, may I elicit some comments from academician Dr. Willie Padolina, who is the lead person of our NAS foresight 2050 document, and then also uh, Secretary Ernie Torta. And then I will give some closing remarks because this has been a very rich, very valuable exchange of ideas. But we need guidance now for our prospective proponents on the funding proposals. Okay, we have to end by 10:45 because we have meetings at 11. So Alvin?
Well, Giselle, I picked up a number of actually things, no, that we can possibly, include in the grant. I thought all the while, we were only considering, the STEM materials that we have in mind, but seems like the ideas of CP, and others, would cover a pretty much different, set of criteria. But nonetheless, as far as the guideline is concerned, we will be looking for STEM materials that have some value added, to the existing already materials that are available, which are even available online. And of course, the learning outcomes and the content and some of the assessment, areas that, that will cover that particular, material. And of course, Giselle did mention that the production, the quality of production of the material is equally important with the content, primarily because we are looking at more of online material development than the conventional, material. So at this point, we are open, for any more ideas, and I will come out with the committee with the approval of the board of PAASE for the set of guidelines that we will reissue on Monday. And we have extended already the application for the grant until the end of March. That's March 31st. We'll see how it goes. We have set a limit to 1,500K, but I'm sure we will not probably reach numbers in terms of proposals. But I think it would encourage more proposals if we give a substantial amount of grant, and then later on just prioritize, where some of the grants may require smaller amounts, especially those are online based. So we'll see about that, but I think that was what was already announced. So we'll see the guidelines to cover some of the ideas we have here. I think Academician Torres has.
Yes, I thought we were ending already. That's why I sort of not forward an issue that really I think people must address. No, we talk about scaling, and we talk about the things that we're doing, and we hope that others would emulate what we are teaching them or showing them or demonstrating to them. But isn't that a big problem? Scaling is the problem to essentially share our ideas, and not only that, perhaps to also pick up ideas from other people who may not be at our level. Okay, and I cannot help but say that we have a tool that will enable that uh, intention, and I hope you were not, when I said kasi STEM ecosystem, that is at a community level or a city or a municipality level. And I wonder if we are accessing the resources in that community to help us in sharing not only textbook knowledge but experiential knowledge. I wonder also why students, they know Google, but they play games, right? They know parang entertainment is more important, as I was saying. So what I'm really proposing is, in addition to the 3 recommendations that I saw in the guidelines that I read before the session, I believe we need to take a look at resources that are to be provided down to all levels. Hindi lang schools but communities, no? Because the ecosystem I'm talking about engages people in that community. And of course, the goal is to have better education, but I'm sure parents are interested in that, businessmen who employ our people interested in that, and many other interests. And so the ecosystem brings together the stakeholders, not only teachers and students, but other players or stakeholders in that community. And you do this not in monthly meetings or weekly meetings even, or webinars, but perhaps something that engages them on a continuing basis. And this is where I really worry about the internet infrastructure that we have, because that's nobody's talking about that, because what we're thinking is really we wait for what will become available to the communities. But as I was saying earlier, we need to define what we can or how we can use the internet in our communities. And I'm really saying that the important thing is allowing the collaboration of many stakeholders in that community to do things on their own and to make known their needs so that those at the higher ups can, suppliers of services, suppliers of content, expertise, tutoring, all of these things can happen if we have good connections. But good connections will not be enough. It's really providing the interaction among the people who are involved in improving STEM education in community level. And to me, that is the crux of what we can do if we want to scale. Diba? Parang unless we can bring to the communities the things that we think they should be doing and continuously support them, but do not forget that many of the things that they ought to have is the resources that are immediately available to them on a continuing basis. I'd like to close and try to connect the discussion on deduction, problem solving that Father Nebles, all of them are important. And I'd like to just tell you a story. In several regional conferences, there is a side conference that we have, and that allows some of us to talk. This is the NAST. In the NAST, we have regional conferences, 4 places all over the country. And then on the side, they will organize a one-day thing where teachers and students interact with us scientists. And I'll just tell you one anecdote about how I start my talk with these young high school students. I ask the question, which is better for you now, knowledge or imagination? Knowledge or imagination? In almost all cases, knowledge. And I think, as you probably will infer, that is yung stored knowledge coming from their teachers, diba? From textbooks that they read and from listening to other people. Knowledge. Then I give my talk, and at the end I will ask the same question. And then people will say, well, I think imagination is more important. And I think this is what we're really giving when we allow people to be confronted with problems that they do not know, and even the teachers do not know. And also allowing students to interact among themselves. Diba? This is where you sort of, as a teacher, I'm really keen to the idea that it's not the answers that are important, but the questions that are asked. Diba? So it's a complex thing, but the interaction is the main thing. The interaction among the stakeholders, how to better education in our communities. Yun ang importante sa tingin ko. And to me, the more you get connected, the more you will have better imagination. Diba? Because it creates so many things in your mind, and being bewildered, and if you're curious, you want to know answers to these complex things. I picked up a lot of what you're presenting today. As I mentioned earlier, my father was a school teacher before the internet, many years before the internet, 1940s, 1950s. My father brings students to the home, to our home, and interact with the students on Saturdays and Sundays. Okay? And I believe other teachers do the same. And we come, as I mentioned, we come from Negros Oriental, a poor province, and I was born in a city, but that used to be a small town in the past, when I was a student. But that interaction, oh, by the way, my father also teaches music. So math and music, yung kanyang tinuturo, no? But the interaction, not only among teachers, not only among students, but between teachers and students, is what I think can be done if we make use of the internet and we make it affordable also to students. Hindi pwedeng cellphone lang eh. Di ba? Pero hindi mangyayari yon kung hindi natin sasabihin kung paano natin gawin yon. How to create that digital ecosystems upon which we can build other applications, other interaction opportunities, and so on. That is what I'd like to push, and I'd like to suggest to PAASE, they must introduce that fourth objective, no? How to harness the power of the internet to do the many things that we want to do together. And I believe some designs or some ways that people have discovered how to use the internet is useful. But I think the better output that you can get out of it is if they can imagine how they can even use them better than what they see and what they experience. That would be a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Torres. Giselle, yes?
Maraming salamat, Akad Bill Torres. I would like to say a few words to recap our discussion, after which if Akad and former NAP president and AFP Forthright lead person, Lily Padolina, our PAASE honorary member, here we would like to give a chance for the closing remarks. Okay, but before I speak, I just want to know if academician Jose Villano would like to say something or yes, academician Villano. Would you like to unmute? Yes.
Yes.
I don't have much to say. And being of the older generation, and I think if we want to improve our math or STEM in this country, I still believe the best way is to send a lot of our students abroad. No, and because you have to interact with the advances being done in other countries in order that you can catch up. We don't have enough people here who can talk to. That was my problem before. When I got back, I cannot find anyone to talk to, and I have to go back to abroad to be able to continue proving myself on the science. So when you mentioned that Vietnam is sending thousands of students abroad, provided they come back, I think that is a very good investment because they will bring back the knowledge that we can jumpstart in our country. Now, people will say, where will you get the money? In my case, when I went abroad, I had no money. All I did was to apply at the university. And when I went there, they gave me money to study. I got fellowship. No. And I didn't spend any money for my education. It was all paid by scholarship there and other things from the government of the United States. I think we should push very hard for training our young people, not only in the United States, but in China, in Russia, anywhere. In fact, when I went to Vietnam, the people I talked to, I asked them, where did you go to school? They said, I went to Russia. Also in China, when I was going there, when I talked to the chemists and the physicists and the engineers, a lot of them also went to Russia. So I think we should take advantage of any country that can help us in our improvement. You may not agree with me, but anyway, that's what I have in mind.
Maraming salamat po, Academician Mariano. Agree with you 100%. And this is the right forum to share this with, because this is the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering. We are 380 scientists and engineers of Philippine descent based in the Philippines, in the United States, and elsewhere in the world. And we are intergenerational. We have octogenarians, we have people in their 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s. And we just elected 80 new full and associate members this week. So we would like to share with you this wealth of expertise that we have of different generations. You know, our youth, they're vibrant, they're diligent, they're very creative. So before I ask Dr. Padolina to speak, I'd like to say that what we are providing is seed funding. So only $1,500. And Alvin said that we will come up with the guidelines in 1 year. Now, with the $1,500, we think that we can jumpstart and seed many of these projects for creating materials that would benefit, to me, first and foremost, public high schools. Because as Father Ben said, we need to reach the talent in the grassroots, and they are found in the normal public high schools, not just in the science high schools, which DOSTFI is taking care of already. So may I implore our private high schools like Tanza and Raya and Unang Hakba, perhaps to find a way to partner with public high schools or public schools to learn together. My question to Cheryl is whether your Sorsogon High School is a public high school or is it a P-bed? Is it a private high school? Okay? That is an example, Cheryl, already of thinking. So it's an example of how you can move forward with a specific high school that you are helping. So may I suggest our proponents to inject, some concrete plans or schools that you would like to help. Okay, and the leaders who will, get this to the teachers, I think is very important. My question is, are the materials for the teachers or are they for the students or both? So there could be two, categories of the materials that we will prepare, because in many books we know that we have a companion book, we have something that is to guide the teachers, we have something that would guide the students. And my model here again would be the Bernidos, because the Bernidos have a dearth of teachers. What they have is a master teacher. That's not no one else but Marivic Bernido. The all versatile Marivic and Chris Bernidos. Okay, and then they have these teachers that they train and they guide to guide the students. Okay, so which brings me to other matters relating to the proposal. We're hoping that you can be inclusive in the way you craft the proposal. As we said, only needs a PAASE member leader, but then everyone in NAST and outside, even in Unilab or in Tanza or uh, uh, Unang Hakbang or Raya can contribute to the proposal. So we would like to say that the contest in the school should is really challenging. Inductive, deductive thinking, academician Bill mentioned knowledge or imagination. They're both very, very important. But for students to learn how to do the experiments with their hands on the ground to solve agriculture problems, health problems, etc., they need to know organic chemistry, for example, a very, very fundamental discipline that is important for solving problems in the environment, not just in the life sciences. Biotic and abiotic. I think many of our academicians and PAASE members recognize this. Okay, so now if you ask me, Akad Bill, where are we going to get the money for this? And you talk about the challenges in cyber structure. Okay, I would like to point to some PICARI programs with Father Ben that we kind of shepherded, and they involved electrical engineering and computer science faculty in the UP. I'm talking about village-based station, and I'm talking about Prime. These were led by Cedric Castine, a PAASE member, and Ruel Ocampo. Okay, and the idea there was to focus cyber structure first and foremost on education. And you can imagine STEM education. Now that's a challenge, but we do have an expert in PASA. His name is Romel Gomez, who's now doing second generation Visor, where you can actually make use of instruments remotely, online teaching using the Visor instruments that many of you are familiar with. Which brings me to my final point, which I believe in, and that is the motto of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's not just knowledge and imagination. It is knowledge, imagination, and hands-on, okay? Knowledge plus technique equals human capital. That's Confucian, okay? So you need to learn it with your hands, and the extension of your hands would be the instruments, the versatile instruments that Romy Solis is now, getting his students so young to touch and to play around with, that Alvin and his brother Ivan messed around with in the home. So I love this Tanza strategy, which is getting your hands wet, but on home problems. So Romy is in charge of home economics. That's what his wife told him to be in charge of. And that's where you're going to learn it, from the home. Little experiment. So with that, I'd like to end with a note of hope and optimism. And I would like to relinquish the floor to our NST, NAST Foresight Czar, Willie Padolina, ending by saying that in our human capital development paper, we asked for 1 billion pesos to implement this thing. And Father Ben, I would like to share, Father Ben has already contacted the senator, okay, who believes in S&T. So I hope we can join forces in PASE and NAS to go for it, to go for our champions in Congress and the Senate. Thank you very much. Sec, NAS, Willie, yes. Yeah.
Dr. Padolina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Giselle. And first, may I express my congratulations and appreciation for PAASE and especially for Giselle for keeping the fires burning. This has been a very important issue that we have discussed ever since I can remember, especially when I was in the stewardship of DOST. And definitely, I think we have to face this issue with a sense of urgency. We can no longer sweep these things under the rug. The educational system seems to be on a slippery slope. This morning, Inquirer put in its front page, 99% of DepEd students are passing. This will be a big problem for those who will become freshmen in college, because you will have to have bridge programs, considering the deficiencies and challenges that we have to face during this pandemic. And unless we face these issues with a sense of urgency, we may continue to be on the slippery slope. And that brings me to express a very strong support for Father Ben's concern that all of these initiatives should really be scaled up, because the critical mass, the critical reach that we want in order to effect and make a difference is not going to be possible with 2, 3 schools doing very special things with pilot projects that we would like to undertake. It has to be scaled up right now with a sense of urgency. And unless we really realize that this is such an important issue, maybe compared to all the other political issues that have come up. And unfortunately, I have not heard any statement from our high leadership about our performance in PISA and TIMSS. They seem to be afraid to tell people that we are not doing well. But this brings me to the last point. I think there are roadblocks and black swans that we need to identify, because this inertia is bothering me. We have known for a long time that we have not been doing well with teams. Matagal na yan, mga 20 years. Nothing has been done. Except, of course, our few heroic initiatives, which I call islands of sanity. But they're not making any impact, as you can see. So there are black swans and there are roadblocks that are operating. And I hope at some point they will be exposed during our discussions here in PAASE. Because unless we know what these roadblocks are, the inertia is going to continue, unfortunately, because it's been operating that way. So let us accept and confront them with courage, with forthrightness, so that we will be able to solve these problems with a sense of urgency once and for all. So, and my last advice is to send a record of these discussions voluntarily to CHED, to DepEd. Let's not wait for them to attend. To Philippine Science High School, to DOST, to NISMED, to the SUCS maybe. Let's not wait for them. Let's send them so that for the record, we can say, we told you that this is a problem. We have informed you several times. You can produce the records. Because at the end of the day, we will have to mobilize a very big size of stakeholders to be able to move this forward with a sense of urgency and national purpose. That's all. And again, congratulations to our resource persons for bringing up a very rich source of ideas and insights. They are very important inputs, and I hope that we shall eventually overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Academician Padolina. So on that note, Giselle, we need to do more work. I'm sure PAASE, in various areas of advocacies, we're doing this simultaneously. And this is only one of the many areas that we are focusing our energy on. And I hope that we can do this, yes, with a sense of urgency. We have been doing this sense of urgency for a long time, sir. Yes, I think we need more warm bodies. That's really, I remember Giselle, we have been doing this for the longest time. We have hindi natin binibitawan, no? So we need younger ones to really get engaged, because we cannot do this ourselves alone. So I'm really very happy that PAASE has expanded more, engaging more younger generation of passionate, young scientists and engineers and technologies. So I think that's the way forward. I think we will continue with these chats. I know Giselle has loads of energy to do this. We're just, workers here in PAASE, and we will be happy to address every ideas that we cover. We actually that are brought into our various discussions, and I think we will continue to do this. We will not fail, sir. We're following. You've started. National scientist Ben Nebres, academician Padolina, and academician Juliano. We will follow. Will continue to work harder, and of course, academician Torres there. So I think we have fairly brought down the ages, of active, people, and I think your programs before, sir, worked well. I mean, that's where we are here now. So we just need to bring younger generation of new passionate people who will really sustain this. This is a very long journey. So thank you. Giselle, you have anything more? I think on behalf of PAASE with Giselle as our president and the members of the board, I would like to thank everyone for this very focused and very, well, these are passionate people who are around with only about over 20 who came, but if you magnify this, I think this is equivalent to more than 1,000, minds that we have brought together this morning. So thank you so much, and let's continue to discuss, these ideas, and let's sustain our energy. Stay healthy and safe, everyone. So we'll see you in the next edition of Fire Chat, Fireside Chat. Thank you and good morning. Thank you, Giselle.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye po.
Joey,
Bye,
you were so
everyone.
quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciated all the ideas and I hope to contribute. Sige, Alvin, Giselle, salamat.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you po.
Ma'am Cheryl, nice to see you. Joyce.
Thank you so much,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Joey,
Bye.
model course package, model for UP.
I think walang choice. Ako lang ang nagbigay. Ako lang in-interview.
Ang galing kayo ni Iris Tille isiptan for Med. So, Alvin, kasama yung
Yes.
rollout plan na sinabi ni Dr. Padolina. Yung seed funding for, siyempre, medyo concrete, specific, pero kailangan ng rollout para ma-scale up ng konti. Sabi nga ni Father Ben, well, it's matter of scale also, no? Ano ba yung mai-implement natin at what scale? CP also noted that. But we think merong way to do it now. So there must be a roll out, scale up plan as well. Okay? So
I think in the Giselle, in the proposal, we will be looking at one of the criterion is the scalability of that material. What's the possibility of reaching that out? So if it's, for example, like CP's idea of the quiz bee, can it be done in the entire country? Simultaneously, in what manner? Something like, I think those are the things that I picked up that we may consider in selecting, the projects. And there are quite already about 3 Lulu interests in the proposal. So I think definitely in the next round of our call until the end of the month, we will have awarded, a proposal, submitted under this call. So
you're only awarding one award?
No. Actually, Lulu, the strategy there, why we beat it up to 1,500 is really to get, but I'm sure with an online, you really not really need that much, but we get, if we actually receive proposals that will, well, anyway, that will go through a review process anyway, evaluation process anyway, we will be conscious about the availability of the amount. Now, should we need more, I think we will just request the board, to approve an additional, money for this. Because if we don't do this, I think we will not get many people interested in. Let's just start off something, and let the board let us agree later on if more funds will be needed just to get this going. We are starting with this STEM project, so let's try if we can get it going. If we start with we already had a call, the first two calls. I mean, nobody responded to this, so I think we are giving this a chance. And if we get this interested, then we go back to the board that I think we need more funds, and we will look for funds. I think we can. We have now the Unilab, we have the we have the system. We can ask collaboration with them, if only to bring these proposals happen. So we'll see. We haven't received any formal proposals yet. Let's address them when
there's a guy who was asking. He
yes.
was. Did you see the email he sent?
Yes. You actually responded to that, did you? Right?
No, not yet. Should I say yes?
Well, Giselle mentioned that as long as the main proponent is a PAASE member, anyone
it is a PAASE. Yeah.
Yes,
And
anyone
then
can collaborate.
he can co-author it with a non-PAASE.
Yes,
so
sure.
I'll say yes. Okay.
Yes, please. Just do the reply, so that the committee will be more, objective, in assessing the evaluation.
Okay. I'll be the one to
We
say
would not
yes.
respond to any individual inquiries. We'll just leave it to you and then encourage them to submit. What is important is to come out with a very, very clear guidelines. And I think we will, I'll pick up Giselle, what you mentioned earlier. Maybe that's one thing we will probably ask the proponent, whether it is a material that students can use. Is it the material that a teacher can use? Is it a material which is supplementary? Is it a material that will give greater, So I think it's something like that. So we can categorize, proposals.
Are you giving the guidelines pretty soon or?
Yes. By Monday, I'll pick up. I've taken down notes from the discussion this morning, and I'm coming up with a revised guideline, to capture many of those, So we'll try to, at this stage, we don't want to be very limiting, and let's be more open first, and let's see later on when more interest come, and then we will be more probably, I don't know, be strict or, but we will meet the necessary standards to the materials that we want to put up. So
Thank you, Alvin. I think we have CP who raised money.
Yes.
Of course, it's hardly enough, no? Say 100,000 pesos from the is into the tech webinar fundraising, right? So this is awesome. But we have enough money in PAASE, but not a lot of money, Joey.
Yeah.
So Joey's here.
Yes, hi, Joey.
Joey,
we have to go soon. We have an 11 a.m. meeting.
Also, Giselle has another one.
We do have money.
That's us, Joey. That's our meeting. So former Dean of College of Science of UP Diliman, works very closely with Father Ben Nebres. So Father Ben has this plan to get the Ateneo group going na, Joey. Pero I think, and then one of his identified high schools is Baguio based. And Benguet State U, or another school in Yusuk in Baguio, or the Benguet area. You have your group of graduates who are now in UP Baguio. Remember, sila Tadawe, sila Jericho, Bacani, sila ganyan. I mean, these people, they're all PAASE members, Joey. I mean,
so why
Baguio
group is quite dynamic.
Yeah,
And I know where Father Ben speaks from, the Baguio National High School.
All right.
Years ago, produced people like Francis Paraan and
Joey.
Fantastic.
Joey.
You should submit a proposal with one of the lead persons from UP Baguio, or Father Ben is an honorary member of PAASE. He can be the lead proponent, and then merong funding involving Ateneo, and then you, UP Baguio, and then UP Diliman, and then yung ating high school and the SU. Okay.
Yeah,
So
PAASE funds could be a pump priming,
priming lang yan.
money.
And
Yes.
then Alvin,
It can be a counterpart funding,
Then, ipapasok mo ngayon yung kay DOST Secboy, SEI. I just fibered him. So, SEI, you call attention to SEI. Tapos, makakakuha ngayon ng much bigger funding. Di ba? The roll out or the scale up. Okay, sige.
Joey.
We're ending to.
Oh yeah, we're ending because
We have a
I'm just saying why they are productive there in Baguio. Maybe the environment's just cool.
Exactly.
I wish I can go.
Exactly.
Ours is very hot. We need cool minds and get cool environment.
Clearly and fully in the environment of Baguio. That's why it's a natural attractant to the mathematicians and the theoretical scientists.
No, the mathematicians are being red tagged because
why?
No, it's a joke. Marami raw radicals sa math department. Square roots, cube
Yun na
roots.
nga, wala.
The minds are radical minds.
Radical
minds.
Of course.
No, it's
Ay,
square
alam mo
roots
ba,
and cube roots.
Joey, my son one time undergone your end of this training in Baguio. You put them for a week there, the national program, and that was an opportunity for me and my wife to stay there for 1 month together. We had a there because my son was there that program, but we are only allowed 1 hour every night, every end of the day, to see him. So we have nothing to do there, but I really appreciate what the Math Society.
Very quickly, they mentioned the quiz B,
Yes,
really, even the Math Olympiad, it has changed in character because now we're really looking for the high talent. But I still believe that like 20 years ago, when we really held a nationwide program, I was running the Math Olympiad, and it was like the UPCAT. We had more than 60,000-70,000 students at the start of the competition. Now it's we've set the requirements higher, so they start with just about 3,000 students. But in Brazil, the Math Olympiad attracts more than 500,000 students in the whole country, and it has really raised the level of mathematics up.
Yes.
Maybe something like the quiz B again on a bigger scale.
Let's do this, Joey. I think
Let's do it.
I did participated in the past when I was high school in this contest. So let's revive.
So that's just one activity. Of course, there are many materials are very needed, and I agree with Father Ben. Inclusivity is the key. 90% public high school or public school students are being left out just because our system now is really looking at a very elitist, selective framework. That's also constrained by our resources.
Joey, we're on now for our meeting, our national.
Sorry. We're getting excited.
Late ako, I was excited.
Next time, magkwentuhan tayo. I'm excited.
Kailangan muna within the school competition, revive it. Pero kailangan ng community math club, science club. Kailangan ng mga mentors, may pambato. Kailangan nakataya sa manok-manok yan, di ba? Okay.
We used to have the Philippine Science Youth, clubs.
Actually, it's still active. It's the 50th anniversary year now.
I was a member of that, and I think
official of the board.
Oh, really?
The head is Manolo Mena. So si Manolo Mena. Pero I became a member because I was dean, but now it's still going strong, although affected by the pandemic. But Philippine Science Youth Clubs or Society.
Yes, I'm a member of that. I was once.
I will pitch it. Okay,
we'll talk about this.
We have to end because we're already needed in the meeting, and I have to go to the.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next time.
Next time,